now. Alright, let me get the thing to post it properly. Where is it? There's stuff to look at later. But first, let me make sure I post it in the right place. Oh, here. And then we put that there. Okay, good. Now we should be ready. How many more points do I need? I only did enough to get the box shard. Hi, Grimjaw. Welcome, welcome. Let's get the music playing. Apparently I heard news of something, but we'll look at it later. Yeah, I saw the original thing this morning. The trailer from the Nintendo Direct, that really short one. God, I wish it wasn't in the Nintendo Direct, man. Because the freaking Nintendo Direct ruined it with their stupid backing track or whatever. Alright, but I think they have like, I have to check their actual official channel. If they have like an official trailer after. Because like the Nintendo Direct thing is super Pepega. But then again, it's like, yeah, what do I expect? It's Nintendo Direct, they're always kinda not the greatest. Right. Oh, server maintenance tomorrow, I guess? Or is it in 2 days? Oh, finally we get this one. I was like, wait, why was this one like super delayed? What do you mean Tetris? Why Tetris? What the fuck is up with Tetris? Why? What? There's no Tetris. I just said Nintendo Direct is Pepega with what they did with the trailer. Or something. That's all I said. I didn't say anything about Tetris. I'm confused. What's this about Tetris? Why would I be playing Tetris? Alright, let me go claim all the thingies here. And then there's this one. Okay, I still don't have enough spare points to get all the Titan mats. Let me go get the other thing here. I can probably just AFK longer tomorrow or something for points. Or we can... Alright, let's just get my dailies done real quick. Nah, I'm good. I've played puzzle stuff from time to time, but I don't need Tetris. Alright, we got a free 10 pull. What do we get here? I'll show you later. I think that we can find a better trailer that isn't in a stupid Nintendo Direct. Alright, cool, like Karussi. There probably is a better trailer for it that isn't in a Nintendo Direct. Because Nintendo Direct screwed it up. But that's his own problem. Okay. Right, we did our free pulls here. I'm just gonna do it on my... do the free ones on my alt as well. Because they gave free standard pulls. And I got useless stuff. Okay, that's fine. Just need to make sure I select the network for dailies. Oh, today's join off is quarantine zone. God damn it. I wish it wasn't quarantine zone. Man, the Nintendo Direct was awful. I didn't watch it. I tried to zoom in because someone said something. Someone told me something, and so I looked in, and the freaking Nintendo Direct butchered it, man. Don't look at the freaking Nintendo Direct. It's a waste of time. The shit's Pepega. That's why I don't like watching them normally. I tried to like zoom in to see where it was though. In the thing. And they freaking butcher it there. That's fine. Alright, let's quickly do join ops. I'll just find it from like the... No, I don't care about that one. No, I don't even know what that one is. Nah, it's not that one. That's not what it... I don't know why you thought it was that one, but no. I don't know where that one came from. I don't watch the freaking... I didn't watch the whole thing. I only skipped to see part of it there. I was like, why is this so scuffed? For what it is. Oh. Interesting. Oh, so they finally revealed the details on that thing. We can look at it later. On how to get the Synthesia stuff. Alright. No, I never played a Tails game. What is this Tails? No, I've never played a Tails game. So the answer to that one is no, you got the wrong one. You got the wrong one. I didn't even know about that thing. Because again, I didn't watch the whole direct. I only like saw a bit because someone cut it out. And like sent it to me. I'm like I was like surprised. But like it was super scuffed because it was in a Nintendo Direct. And it had like this really crappy, awful background music playing behind it that Nintendo put. For some reason. What's Tales of Cold Steel? There's no such thing as Tales of Cold Steel. What is this Tales of Cold Steel? Oh, they would. They would. I'll show it to you later what Nintendo did, man. I'll show it to you later. I'll show it to you later. But they would. They would. Because they did. And then like if you're not careful, if you play a piece of it, they'll copyright you, they'll go after you for copyright too. No. Oh, if it was the thing that they played there, then he sucks. What the fuck did he put there? Like whatever he put there, no. If it was something he put, the freaking backing track. The Nintendo one was like really Pepega. And like again, like for me personally, I would never waste my time to like go out and watch the whole thing. I would only just look up pieces of it after or get something sent to me. Because I don't see a point in wasting my time to go watch, you know, an hour worth of ads. Ah, nice. Welcome, welcome. If you have any questions about stuff, just feel free to ask. Right. There are interesting things at play with depending with what you're trying to do. What has more hype? The 5.0? I don't know if like do we bother looking at the crap that's going on there? I don't want to do mint picking though. I hate the freaking mint picking crap. Do we bother? Why would I want to play Pizza Tower? I'm not really looking to play Pizza Tower. I don't even know if I'd ever have time for it. Still need to find time to play more Daybreak as well. What ad? Sure, we'll look at the video after. Let me just finish the stuff here real quick. We can look at stuff while we AFK dance for the event. Gotta love how we can just AFK the event, man, for points. Alright, we just AFK dance. While doing something else. Alright, I just need to quickly do my dailies. What's today's join off? Oh, wait, no, I already saw today's join off. It's this thing. Compared to a Sonic clone since the chef runs Sonic Fast? I don't know about Sonic Fast. What kind of Sonic Fast? Like, which version of Sonic Fast are you talking about? Are you talking like the original Sonic on the Sonic the Hedgehog on the Genesis? Where he didn't even have a spin dash? Kind of fast? Are you talking the Pepega speed of classic Sonic in Sonic Forces kind of fast? Are you talking like, I don't know, the extreme end? Unleash Sonic doing the freaking boost kind of fast? Which 2D Sonic? Because not all the 2D Sonics are even the same. They released old Castlevania on the DS games on the PS5. Oh, nice. It's cool that they re-released those ones, at least. Alright. Let's go up over here. The chef kinda has a spin dash. Okay. Wait, no, which spin dash? The Sonic 2 spin dash? Or the other Sonic 2 spin dash? Because technically Sonic CD was originally supposed to be Sonic 2. But it's not. They were made at the same time though. Just different parts of the Sonic team worked on each. But I think you knew the history there on that one. Wait, what was even the point of like having the flash thingy there? Okay, because there's the Sonic CD spin dash, which is a bit different. There's a Sonic CD spin dash, and that one worked differently. Let me go over here. Oh wait, I should have done this first. And then we go clear this. And turn off, this is so easy. After they made the balance change. Even if you have no gear, everyone has like the same stats in here. They just give you like maxed out preset stats. In join off, it's like what? What's my stats in join off? Yeah. Everyone has like 100k attack and 200% crit rate. For some reason. Weird game altogether. You're looking forward to Tetris for NES? Why do you want Tetris for NES again? It's just Tetris. Again. It's just Tetris. Like, there's like a million versions of Tetris. What's special about the NES one? Other than that, it was on the NES and it came out way before I was born. No, I have a Steam Deck and that's it. I don't have an ROG Ally. I don't have the Ally, but if you're looking into an Ally, you would just buy the Ally X, not the Ally. I have a Steam Deck and that's it. For those handheld things. I guess I can do another run at the join up. I mean, it fills in 25 hours. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I'll just be lazy. Maybe it'll be a faster map tomorrow. If I do the lazy thing. You can do it now, I guess. I mean, yeah, you would have to use an adapter or something. You would have to use some sort of adapter to get it out of an original NES. Right? You would have to adapt the composite output into an HDMI signal or something. Even then, it's like, why not just play in an emulator at that point? And like, just convert your, like, if you really wanted to use an NES controller, get like an adapter for that. Since like what, NES emulation has been perfect since like forever? Like to the point where like speedrun things will like allow NES speedruns on an NES emulator, and they've allowed it for a while. Right? Like that's been a thing. Or mod the console. I don't think it's worth it to mod the console to do that. Or you get one of those things, you get one of those aftermarket, what's it called? Those like, those clone consoles that can play it. It's more of just, Windows wasn't really designed to work on a small touchscreen. And some things in Windows, though obviously, it'd be nicer if you had a physical keyboard. It's not unusable, it's just the experience won't be, you know, the most optimal. It's more like the experience sometimes is a bit janky, because Windows was definitely not designed around, you know, that type of form factor. Same thing with just a lot of desktop apps, that's all. They weren't obviously designed with that in mind. It's not like the end of the world, though. You have a messin, you can play ROM hacks on the thing. Yeah. I mean, I don't really dabble in any of those. But yeah, those are a thing. Right? Those are definitely a thing. Alright, what do we got here? Ooh, this price went down. And that price is still fucked. Do I want rejuvenation shot? Yeah, I'll take it. I have to wait for that to become a better price. What about the other thing in here? We're looking for turtle, right? Turtle price is Pepega, no turtle. No turtle today. The game is too powerful for the smartphone. Wait, which game? I mean, the thing is, a lot of phones are a lot more capable than you think. It depends on the thing. Because again, like, it really depends. There's a lot of phones that are a lot more powerful than you think out there. That aren't Pepega. Like, keep in mind, you can play Switch games on some phones better than the Switch can play them. I mean, if you have, like, a newer phone that's, like, you know, spec'd decently enough, you're fine. Right, like, this thing doesn't even use that many resources. Keep in mind, I'm running multiple instances of this on my machine at the same time while doing other stuff. I'm still, like, barely taxing anything. It's not as difficult as you may think. Also, it will load slightly lower poly count models and textures. So, like, it's not as crazy as you may think. Like, it's not as crazy as you may think. Okay. You know what? Here, we'll look at that video after. I'll show you the really shitty Nintendo Direct footage first. I have to find it. You'll see what I mean with the Nintendo Direct one being Pepega first. I'm pretty sure it was timestamped. It was this one. No, not that one. It was before that. Where is the timestamp? The only thing I cared to see here was where was it? Oh, here. This thing was like barely 10 seconds as well. Like, you just see this, and then you have this. What the fuck is this playing in the background? And then, like, there was, like, whatever. Let me show you, like, someone made a loop of this, and, like, they tagged me in Discord earlier. Let me find it.
Target eliminated.
No, not that one. Where was the one that tagged me? I'm trying to find it. Oh, here it is. Here, I was tagged with this.
Awaiting command.
I don't even care about whatever Nintendo's next console is. Like this one looped it. Like, what is this? What is this background track? It was just looping this short thing for a bit. Anyways, looks like we got an actual real one here. Alright, let me just mute off. Here we go. Oh good, they got whereabouts of light already. But like, this is crazy. Like, this came out of nowhere. Alright. Trails in the Sky remake. Actual 3D remake here. Right, 20th anniversary, that makes sense. Oh, they're using this version of the thing. Alright, they're showing you still walking all the way to the thing. Right. Oh yeah, there's the airship there. Some comparisons there. And then you attack them, then you can go in. Alright. Different view of everything in here. Yeah, don't bother with it. The Nintendo one is Pepega. This one shows a lot more. And actually using music from the game. Which, of course, you've heard this before. Hopefully they do like the rest of the Sky trilogy like this. What I am curious though is, will they still have the chest messages? Well, they still have the chest messages. I'm hoping they will still have the chest messages. Because those are like those are a lot of fun, like just to go find them and read all the empty chests. I'm hoping the chest messages will stay. Because I know they stopped doing them after Trails of Cold Steel. Well, yeah, Cold Steel onwards didn't have any chest messages. I'm really hoping those will return. Because those were always fun. Right, but I'm curious though, like, what would happen if, like, if they eventually do up to Sky the Third? What will happen when they get to Star Door 15? I'm really curious, because I know the Evolution remake that they had on the Vita, like, what was it, like 13 years ago, I think it was? 12 or 13 years ago. The Evolution remake of the Sky the Third, they had to censor Star Door 15. So I wonder if that, like, if they remake it again, like, I think it's because the content of that specific story door, the Star Door 15, is quite something. The freaking messages were fun. They were like a fun extra thing. What else is there? Oh yeah, like, they posted official trailer here. And then I know next month, Japan's getting Kai no Kaseki. Right? They're getting that one next month in Japan. We're getting a Daybreak 2 early next year, I believe. Hopefully it's not just Switch only. Right? But, like, yeah. If not, I end up playing it on an emulator. Because I'd rather play on an emulator than bring out my Switch. Truth be told, I'd rather not use my Switch than use my Switch. Because that thing's a piece of crap. But that's its own thing. But yeah, the remake looks really nice. Alright, hopefully they do the rest of it, but like, Sky the First, like the first chapter in Sky, that ending is like a massive cliffhanger, man. It's like people are gonna be begging for Sky second chapter immediately after, like, they finish Sky First. Like, after they finish Sky the First, man, they're gonna, like, really want that freaking thing. What the hell is this that I was sent? As well, what the hell is this? It was more hype than Lua 1.3. Why are we looking at an ass of an alpaca? What the fuck? Why is there an ass of an alpaca here? Huh? 260,000 views almost. Okay. Sure. An alpaca's ass. Alright, an alpaca's ass. Alright, hi Fat. Welcome, but like, big thing. Not the Pepega Nintendo Direct video, where was it? Right, the Sky First chapter getting remade. Right, for 20th anniversary. Right, this thing. It's gonna be funny though, like, when people who haven't played the original, like, it's like, when they get to the Love fight, that's gonna be funny, like, their reactions, man. Ah, rip, man. Rip. Okay. But yeah. They redid some of the environments and stuff in 3D. No. It's not. It's not, no. But this music should sound familiar, right? Music sound familiar to you though? You doesn't? Even though you've been watching my streams for a while, you sure you haven't heard it? I wonder though if the quote, the funny ass quote where she said, I'm pretty sure I had a short of it actually. At one point. There was a quote from that one. Oh yeah, this one! What are you two whispering at? Oh yes, I remember this. Nothing, just a guy. Oh wait, no, that was from second chapter, because Kevin's there, never mind. Never mind, that was second chapter, not first chapter. The electric guitar riff one, fair enough.
Guys, it's actually happening.
Yep.
Trails in the Sky first chapter is actually coming out as a full remake on Switch. Not just a port, this is like an actual remake. Or it looks like it. It got a very small clip in the English Nintendo Direct. It is coming out in 2025. Apparently it got a much bigger section on the Japanese one. It looks like it's going to be a simultaneous release. Like I say, on that clip it showed as 2025. So there you go. We're getting the remake of Sky first chapter. I think it's called Trails in the Sky, the first in this case. That is coming out in 2025. Don't know when, but it's actually happening. You know what? I'm not writing
remake with the new engine, I know.
Anymore. In my head, it made no sense that they were going to just do the one Sky game.
They gotta do all three.
And
eventually.
At this point, I'm not writing anything off anymore. They can do whatever they want. If I hear rumours about it, you know what? I'll be more optimistic about it nowadays. I never thought Crossbell would get it. Sky's got a remake. East 5 next?
East 5,
I'll be optimistic about that.
Yeah, we never got like an actual East 5 release.
I'll be completely optimistic about that. East 5 as well. Do it, Falcon. You know, I just can't believe it. It's actually happening, and for me that is a big issue with the Trails series now fixed. If anything now, there is no excuse to start elsewhere. You could probably say that there's no excuse to start elsewhere really, but you know, that is a big issue with the Trails series, supposedly fixed. And who knows, are they going to do Sky SC? Are they going to do the third as well? Gonna give them remakes? I'm not so sure. It doesn't look...
What I'm curious though is, how the hell would Sky the Third get handled? Sky the Third, right? How the hell would Sky the Third get handled? Because of Paradise. Because, like, keep in mind, in the Evolution remake on the Vita, that was Japan only, they censored Star Door 15. That very important Star Door. Right, that was censored. That was censored in the PS Vita version. But if you play the original version or the PC version, right, the original PC version, it's all intact. Right? Like the Steam version of it, it's all there. But the, I don't know about the other, like, re-release, the Kai re-releases of that as well that were Japan only. I know they had, like, a bunch of other ones like that, too. Because I know they ended up using the original, Crossbell games instead of the Evolution versions for the re-releases we had recently, but... yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's not quite what I'm thinking of, to be honest. I don't know the Final Fantasy thing. Because, like, what ended up happening, right, was, like, with the recent release of Azure and Zero, right, they just used the original PSP version and updated them a bit, the original PSP versions instead of the Vita versions. The Vita versions had extra side quests in them, and a different soundtrack. And by different soundtrack, I mean like an updated soundtrack. They ended up just going back to the original soundtrack for the thing. So like, if I was to go on Steam, not Daybreak. Why did it bring that one up? No. Like, if we open Trails from Zero, like this one, this ended up using the original PSP version instead of the Evolution version. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Like there's anything in the works for those, but maybe that could be on the cards.
Hopefully they do the rest of the Sky
trilogy. It wasn't just Trails in the Sky as well. I do want to mention some of the other games that were mentioned in Nintendo Direct because there were so many awesome things in this Direct, man. Atelier.
What is that one?
Atelier's got a new mainline game coming out. I thought that this was a fourth Dusk game. It looked like a Dusk game, but no, it looks like a completely different arc. It's called Atelier Yumiya, and it looks like an older protagonist as well.
Okay.
So I'm quite looking forward to this one. I will say I will not be playing.
I haven't had time to play through, like, I have, like, Persona 4 on my freaking Vita, and I still haven't found time to play that. Like, I have, like, the actual, like, original version of the Persona 4 remake on the PS Vita. I still haven't found time to play it. I've had it for years, but I still haven't found time. Let alone
on
Persona
Switch.
5.
It looks like it runs like arse on that, but it looks like more cyberpunk, steampunk kind of atmosphere to it. So maybe this is a more, how can I say, mature game in terms of the Atelier series, but that's huge. Atelier Yumiya, that's going to be coming out early 2025 apparently. I'd like to think that's going to be on other platforms as well.
Yeah, because why would I play the freaking Pepega Switch version?
F is getting remastered. That is coming out on January.
Okay, what else?
Interesting. 5
and he's just talking about other
big highlights were of course Trails in the Sky, getting that remake, having confirmation of that
then
remake,
a Yakuza game on the Switch. Okay. Oh yeah, the big one is this
big
one.
Ones. I am so happy, flabbergasted that we're getting these, and
yeah, the Sky remake is huge though. Right, especially because like unless you have a PC, you really can't go back and play the start of the series. When Sega gets rid of the stupid De Nouveau crap. Fuck De Nouveau, man. Here's what I'll do. I'll play it if someone drops a nuke on De Nouveau. Drop a nuke on De Nouveau and make it so they stop existing. Then I'll play it. Specifically De Nouveau. That company. Make sure, like, you get your Thanos Infinity Gauntlet and Thanos snap them all out of existence. Get rid of De Nouveau entirely, and then I'll do it. Okay, wait. Oh, I forgot to do the random, like, the freaking dance thing. While we were talking of the stuff there. Screw it, I'll just do it tomorrow. We'll do the Snowbreak stuff now. ToF segment's so short. But, like, I finished all my ToF stuff really quickly anyways. Oh, let me boot up Snowbreak. I ended up getting, like, all the costumes that are gonna go away. But yeah. Yes, it does. It does. But yes, it does have De Nouveau. De Nouveau's a pain in the ass, man. I don't understand why it still has it. But yes, it has De Nouveau. Alright. Here, let me show you. Right here. Right here. Yeah, I probably won't even be able to stream it anyways. I probably wouldn't even be able to stream it. Maybe as Twitch only, I don't know. But like, yeah. This game also has just Denuvo in it. Which, for like, something I would want to play on my Steam Deck, usually without an internet connection, goddamn. Right. Freaking Denuvo, especially for like, this type of game where you'd probably want to play it portably. Yeah, no thanks. It's a pain in the ass dealing with Denuvo, man. You have no idea how many times I've seen before when I go and play a game that had Denuvo on my Steam Deck, and because I haven't booted the game up on my Steam Deck specifically in a while, it'll just phone home and ask for Denuvo, and if I don't have internet connection, then rip. It won't be able to let me do it, even if I leave my Steam Deck in offline mode. Despite, like, paying for the thing. Yeah, like, it's like, can't play offline on a solo game. Like, this is like another reason why, man. This is one of the reasons why I haven't bought this. Right here. Someone complaining about trying to play this on a Steam Deck, and he can't play it offline. Imagine. Because sometimes you just don't want to have an internet connection. Especially for the kind of game this thing is. Right? And if you're gonna play it portably, maybe like while you're on a trip or something. You know, maybe. But yeah. Just pirate it? Yeah, no. The Denuvo version hasn't been cracked. But like, that's the problem there too. Imagine like, people who pirate it will get a better experience than the people who are paying for it. Like, that's the problem with this, like, rapist mentality those companies have, man. They have a freaking rapist mentality. Say what you want. This is the reality, man. Sometimes people who pirate get a better product than the people who are paying. Because of the bullshit they put in place to try and protect it, while the pirates circumvent it. Right? Heck, this'll apply to a lot of you guys. I know a bunch of you watch anime out here. You know, for like, if you go use a paid service like Crunchyroll, for the past couple of years, they've been known and caught slowly reducing the bitrate quality of the stuff you watch on their paid service over time, especially in their back catalog. So like, you're literally paying to get worse quality than people who are pirating. Imagine the people getting it for free and are pirating get better quality video output. And sometimes they're broken and all sorts of other weird shit happens. Right? That's just an example. Or sometimes when you're trying to go access a piece of content, maybe you want to read something, and apparently the thing you might want to read, yeah, it's not available in your country. So how do you get access to it? Right? What do you do? Sometimes it's way more than 10. Sometimes it's way more than 10. And then it can get even worse than that with some DRM where like, the entire thing is encrypted and then it's decrypted on the fly. So then you end up having another, like, problem there too. Where now you have to, like, you have another process running to decrypt the thing while you're playing it. which like already causes like another massive performance issue. I won't name any games that have it like be super serious, but let's just say there was a game that came out this year that had some really crazy ass DRM to the point where people who had an RTX 4090 were getting the same performance in that game with an RTX 4070. That's how Papega the thing. You're already done, yeah. Like, I've already done my dailies, so I'm like super quick. You missed it. But like, yeah. You know, I won't name any games for that, but some DRM can get so crazy where the performance hit is so ridiculous that you'll have in some games an RTX 4090 being no faster than a 4070. And I'm not joking on that, because the thing has to decrypt itself as you play it. And it's like really stupidly demanding for that. But there was a big game release earlier this year that had that problem. Right, I won't say what it was, but yeah, we've had stuff like that with some DRM. Sometimes being 10 FPS isn't the whole story. Sometimes it can be way worse than that. Way worse than that. To the point where, like, you're being slowed down several tiers. And then, even then, not even the 7800X3D could fix it. Because it was a CPU related issue. Not even the fastest CPU could buy could fix it. Right? In that game. With the DRM there. Alright? It's like really funny. Heck, I remember seeing a thing where like, this company of people testing that game, because the DRM was so ridiculous, they had to buy 5 copies of the game to properly test it across multiple pieces of hardware, and then pay people to speedrun the game. So they could find an appropriate spot to test the game at. Because of how awful the DRM was. Because of how awful the DRM is. Okay, if you want to know what game that is, that's Dragon's Dogma 2. The thing is so bad with its DRM. A 4090 will give you the same performance as a 4070. And additionally, it's like mostly CPU bound, and not even the fastest CPU you can buy for gaming can fix it. Not even that. And the people that were testing it was Gamers Nexus. They had a video on it, like on how like terrible the DRM is. Because like yeah, they had to buy like 5 copies of the game and then pay employees to speedrun the games on the machines before they could get to benchmarking. Which was just already like kind of ridiculous. But yeah. Alright, let's do the story. Wait, what other dailies we have to do? Yeah, no, we'll do the story first. I'll turn on the game music after. Let me just claim the stuff here. And then we'll do the story. Oh, but yeah. The DRM, yeah, it's not great a lot of the time. And it often at times treats you worse if you were paying than if you pirated. Eventually when that game gets pirated, the pirated version of that game will be better than the paid version. Purely because you won't have that weird performance issue once they figure that out. Yeah, I don't think that's really gonna work to an like it only works so much. Like at some point it just doesn't work anymore. They'll just keep doing it anyways Because the decision to put them in the game isn't even from the developer's spot. It's from a corporate standpoint. They'll probably just think that they shouldn't make the game anymore. That's the problem with that end too. So like, if anything, you kind of want people to pirate it, just so they could eventually fix it. Because it's the pirates who end up fixing it. Which is just sad. Alright. Alright, oh wait, let's turn on the audio. Okay. Let's do Operation Midnight. Wait, let me get my drink. It's like, you can only go so far with it. But like, at least if someone pirates it, they can at least, you know, you can at least do the same or use whatever they did to patch your copy. If a gun appears in Act 1, you can be certain it'll go off in Act 3. Okay? Wait, will this be voice acted in Japanese? Oh no. Everyone's here? Excellent. You know why I keep calling you all together? At midnight in the museum grand hall, the sharp-suited curator stood on a stool, emphasizing the importance of tonight's duties, with his vigorous speech in front of dozens of security guards. With an emphatic gesture, the gleaming object in his hand caught every eye. My god, it's the tear from the sky. It's called the Tear of the Welkin, you idiot. Get it right. I'll be damned, it's as big as a goose egg. With a sly smirk, the curator allowed the whisper to build. His intention had been precisely this, to drive home the value of the diamond to his staff. I believe you're all up to speed by now. This is the Tear of the Welkin. This Tear of the Welkin here is the largest diamond in the world. It's worth, let's just say, it could easily buy almost half of New Hentaro. Another ripple of astonishment instantly swept through the crowd. So, no matter what, even if it means an all-nighter for everyone, this diamond must stay safe. Keep your eyes peeled outside the hall. Don't let even a Kurobi buzz. As for inside, our state-of-the-art ulcer security system will do its job. Just make sure you don't accidentally trip the alarm, because with a nonchalant flick of the wrist, the curator tossed a handkerchief toward the display case. Instantly, crimson lasers sliced through it, leaving a smolder of burnt fabric in the air. Mishaps like that won't be covered by workers' comp. With a satisfied nod at his little performance, the curator securely tucked the diamond back into this display case. He knew that what had just transpired had been faithfully recorded by the surveillance cameras facing the museum hall. The higher-ups would likely be very pleased. However, unbeknownst to him and everyone in the hall, the surveillance system's feed had already been tapped into by an external network, currently streaming live to an unknown recipient's device. What's Frisha doing? In a dimly lit, poorly ventilated room, with a faint scent of energy drinks, a single streak of light filtered through the gap in the curtains, battling the glow from several oversized monitors. While most would avoid working in such a place, the young hacker thrived in this unpleasant sanctum. It's either nighttime, or the lights are off. Right, it's probably nighttime with the lights off in this room. This does not look like something that would be normally dimly lit. This just looks like someone's room. What? The monitors reflected in her eyes, displaying live feeds from all around the museum, including the ongoing briefing in the Grand Hall. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, skillfully merging the feeds into a three-dimensional hologram of the museum's layout. The hologram not only pinpointed the surveillance cameras and electrified fences, but also highlighted the security patrol routes. There we go. Just as the girl stretched, arms, admiring her handiwork, she heard a sharp knock at the door. Password? This is the temperature of desperation. The door unlocked upon recognizing the eccentric passphrase. Come, I. Before she could finish, the visitor pushed the door open, flooding the room with ample light and exposing the disarray of files and clothes all around. Ignis, this place could use a little cleaning, don't you think? I gave pause at the doorway, arms crossed, frowning at the familiar disarray, clearly hesitant to enter. Well, I called it strategically organized. Everything I need is in just an arm's length away. Perfectly efficient. What kind of logic? Ugh, my knight. Aren't you going to discipline your sister? I had been casually observing from behind, amused by their usual bickering, with the Gave yanking me into the fray. I had no choice but to walk into the room. Navigating a minefield of empty soda cans, files, and strewn laundry, I made my way to Ignis and lightly smacked her on the head as a symbolic punishment. Ow, that hurt. Maybe we should get down to business. A few minutes later, after some arduous tidying by Ignis, Gabe and I finally got to sit on the edge of the cleared bed, our focus drawn on the holographic projection of the museum floating in the middle of the room. Alright then, allow me, Dr. Ignis, to brief you on this mission. After her opening remarks, Ignis magnified the projection, centering on the showcase, bathing in a golden glow in the middle of the Grand Hall. I'm sure you heard the news report about the Tear of the Vulcan. Currently, the world's largest diamond is right there in the museum. And tomorrow, after the exhibition, it's scheduled to be handed off to its new owner, Mr. Better. Who the hell is Mulani? I don't know who that is. Who's Mulani? I don't know who that is. Who's Mulani? And which Fee? The JP Fee voice actress or the English one? Genshin up? Okay. Get into it? Why? Oh, the North American one. Why am I gonna play mint picking game, guys? Why mint picking game? I don't wanna pick mint all day. I don't even care about the story. Better, you mean? Precisely, the buyer is none other than the one, of the higher-ups in, Jotunheim, the notorious, transnational crime syndicate. We're going to nab that diamond and spoil his day. So this is another mission based on your personal whims, isn't it? Though I said that, I wasn't actually questioning my sister Ignis's judgment. I never really did. Hi, Bahamut. Welcome, welcome. It's gotten a lot better. There's a 5-star selector. Better how? Did they fix the fact that there's no game? Right, better in like what way? Right, like if my problems with it are still there, it's not actually better. Now is it? Right? Like if my problems are still there. But yeah, hi Bahamut. After all, she was the brains. It was her idea that I operate the city under the moniker of Midnight Knight and partner with the secret agent Shadow Agave. Though not related by blood, I'd come to trust Ignis as family over the years. Shaking off any lingering doubts, I refocused on the museum schematics and began mentally mapping our approach and escape. Take everything, diamond and the money. Ah, yes. Of course. Of course. The security at the museum is always tight, and it's likely to be beefed up even more tonight. This is going to be trickier than our usual gigs. Ignis, can you disable the security system? Well, I can handle the surveillance network, but the museum's internal defense systems aren't connected to any external networks. You guys will have to take care of them yourselves. She spoke, as she casually tossed the pistol in my way, which I snagged, midair with ease. The good news is most of the defense systems can be brute forced. In a literal sense, I've equipped your guns with, silencers, so go wild. I mean, just because you have something to dampen the sound doesn't mean it doesn't. I mean, sure. Maybe, debatable. I don't know. But, like, I didn't even like the story in the first place. And they kind of just always went off topic and off track anyways and got distracted. So it's like, eh? Alright, it's like, even if you give me a character, it's not like I'm gonna build them up. I don't want to do that, like, Pepega process of, like, upgrading a character. That shit was awful. I don't want to do that. I nodded and stowed the pistol. Alright, let's hammer out the final details of our plan. The strategy session dragged on for hours. Only when I was convinced I gave and Ignis knew their parts inside and out did I turn off the projection. Whew. I'm wiped. Time to refuel with some sugary goodness. As Ignis bolted out the door, Agave suddenly leaned in with an enigmatic grin. So, my knight, quick question. What do you think is the hardest thing to steal in the world? That's a bit out of the blue, isn't it? Just indulge my curiosity for a sec. Will you? Come on, take a guess. I mean, what would be the hardest thing to steal? I mean, if you're gonna steal something, I guess go big or go home. Right, what would it be? My guess is probably gonna be something that's like really crazy, like with research and experimental stuff there, maybe? I don't know. I don't know, actually. Or I guess like in a physical sense, because like let's say you wanted to steal a particle accelerator for whatever reason. Good luck trying to do that. Because you have to steal an entire facility to get that one piece of equipment. For example. I don't know why my mind went there. Though my mind was still on our museum heist plan, I couldn't shake a Gabe's persistence, so I responded. What? My guess is they're gonna probably make me pick this or that, I don't know. We'll just do the first one, I guess. Elusive and unpredictable. That, just might be the hardest thing to steal, I say. I mean, you could also just kill the person and harvest their organ. Then you would steal a human heart. In a literal sense. Right? That's probably easier for them to steal than, to like, steal it off some random poor sap walking down the street. Than them to steal some gem that's, like, heavily guarded. Heck, they could probably kill two birds with one stone and kill a guard and take it from the guard. If they wanted to go that far. Just follow the head scientists and their and steal their plans. Steal their plans. No, we'll steal them. We won't steal the plans, we'll steal them. I mean, like, even if you could get, like, a copy of the plans, good luck trying to reproduce, like, some sort of particle accelerator or whatever. I don't know why my mind went there. Thinking outside the box, we are very much alike, my knight. My casual remark seemed to have sparked real contemplation in the cave. The hardest thing to steal, perhaps, that's a question worth revisiting. Because as the night deepened and I geared up for our mission, my Gabe was still absorbed in thought. Though, like, I don't know why you would steal an actual heart. We have, like, an okay enough substitute mechanical one. That could do just the job. That could do the job anyways. All right, 2:42 a.m. Fully armed, Gabe and I stood atop a 22-story building overlooking the museum from a few hundred meters away. A perfect vantage point. Step 1. The museum's vicinity is tightly secured. We'll need to jump from a nearby building and parachute onto the museum's roof. My knight, can I hold your hand? What's wrong? I'm terrified of heights. Since when? You're perfectly fine during our last skydive. No, she's sobbing. Okay. I just can't say no to her, can I? Alright, we'll reach out to her. My knight. Before Gabe could latch onto me like a koala bear, I grabbed her hand and jumped. "2:45 a.m. As planned, we landed on the museum's roof without a hitch. Looking down, the museum was surrounded by layers of heavily armed guards, creating an impressive fortress. Step 2. Once on the roof of the museum, we rappelled down to the ground floor back door and break into the side exhibition hall using Ignis's custom lockpick. Looks like we hit a snag, my knight. Make him write down what they need on the list. That's the wrong spelling for right. The right you put was not writing as in putting down, jotting down information. You put right as in the direction. But that's fair. You make them write down what you need on the list. I mean, I get the feeling though it's a lot more complicated than that. If you wanted like a particle accelerator for some reason. Again, I don't know why that was like the first thing that would come to my mind. Some crazy ass particle accelerator. Not like I would like the average person would know what to do with one. More so, it'd just be kind of interesting to have one. Be like, I'll just fuse these two particles together for the lulz. Not good. Looks like Mr. Better has upped their security budget. I've got an idea. Wait a sec. Before I could protest, a Gabe had already swung a punch at the museum's rooftop glass. The sharp crack of shattered glass pierced the quiet of the night, with flying shards grazing a Gabe's hand. Blood trailed from her fingers down to her wrist, then dipped from her elbow onto the ground. She simply wiped the blood with her other hand to prevent staining her clothes. Then she turned to me with a grin. But hey, we all make mistakes. Hey, at least you're learning English. Right? You're learning English a bit. Which version of right to use? The one you used earlier was the direction right, not right as in the action of putting down information. But hey, at least we learned something. Right, we're all learning, I guess. All set? Let's get in there. Alright, the first stage, cleverness. Oh, can I not use mine? Wait. Maybe I can force it to let me use mine? No, operative locked? Oh wow, it won't let me switch it to mine. I have to use the trial version. We're gonna use Etchel here. Because I like having free heals. Man, I really wish there was like a better way to sort all our characters here. Where's the other life that I'm looking for here? Right. And then you're wrong. I don't know.
異常なし。それにメイン展示ケース内のダイヤモンドはやはり偽物だったわ。おそらく今回のターゲットを2階に隠したわね。
We can jump around.
周りの仕掛けにも注意して早めに行動を。
Huh? Okay, no. They want us to go up? Okay. Nope. How the hell do I go up there? Oh. I just needed to shoot that. Never mind. The surveillance device. Yeah, I'll just... Hi, Wanshu Uncle. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I can just shoot it. Sure. We go in here. We go destroy that one. And then we go in here. Wait, should I use my funny game controller? I'm doing fine. Oh yeah, we destroyed that one. Wait, should I use the funny game controller? I can try using the Ine controller. It should be nice. Great. I have to get used to this still. I still haven't learned how to properly use this thing. Which one even is controller? Is control even mapped on this thing? There's Q, E, Z, X, Alt. V, C, F, and R is here. There's a shift button, there's a space button. Yeah, left click, right click. 1 through 8 is on here. Tab is on here. M is on here. There's a J key and a B key. I have no limit temptation. Yeah, there's no control key, so I can't jump. If I use this controller, I cannot jump. Wait, how do I turn on the gyro? Okay, now that's not working. Okay, I can also use gyro. Wait, no, that's not the sensitivity I'd like. Oh, that's too sensitive. Okay, now it only has gyro when I'm on the touchpad. Snowbreak. I'm using this weird controller. I'm using like the weirdest game controller of all time right now. It says I'm using keyboard and mouse, but that's not true. Which one's Biggie? I'm using a controller to play this. Despite it showing keyboard inputs. The most bizarre game controller out there. How do I... Oh, that's run. Nah, well, I'm in bed. I always play from bed. On stream. Honestly, this would probably be better for something like Genshin, which doesn't need that many inputs. Or like, oh, I need to aim a gun this much. Yeah, I know, I'm taking hits. This is like really, really weird to use. This controller has a giant trackpad, but like the button layout, I can't remap it. I'd have to remap the controls in the game, which I don't want to do because it would screw up with my regular inputs. Oh, this would like probably be good for Genshin Go controls, to be honest. It'd be fine for like Genshin controls, but like... where's the other thing? Oh, here. Yeah, I can't jump. I need to use the actual regular keyboard and mouse. The fuck? I wonder what would happen if I used Cirrus in here. Oh wait, am I supposed to just jump and then crouch? Is there even... How do you crouch? You know what? It let me through. Oh my god, this thing messes up with my sensitivity. Yes, I'm talking about the Ine controller. You have not seen the Ine controller. I want to like actually find a reason to use it, because it was like a pain in the ass to even get it. But like, yeah.
素早く片付け。次は本気です。今までに見たことがないものをお見せしましょう。次は本気です。
The fuck? Why isn't his like taking damage?
次は差がすべてを滑る。
The hell? Why doesn't he take damage? I guess no camera stops them? Okay. What am I looking for here? Yeah, no, it'd be way better if I just use a regular keyboard and mouse. Right, we have the lasers here. Oh, do I just destroy them? Oh, I do.
こんなところに隠していたのか。スカイティア、いただくわ。お望み通り、この嵐を終わらせてやる。
So, if you guys want to see what the controller looks like, though. Oh, one sec. There was a freaking bot that came in that I had to just ban real quick. Here, let me show you what the controller looks like. And then I'll hydrate. Okay, you guys ready for something? It looks like... It looks like this. Well, not this version. I got the wireless version. This is not the one. It's the other version of this. It looks like this. It's this thing. This is like the most bizarre controller you could probably think of, I bet. Not the way I would have laid this thing out, but I was interested because it had a giant trackpad instead of an analog stick. It's not quite the best way to handle it though, the way they did it here. Not the way I would have done it if I could have chosen how things would handle though. But like in terms of the actual inputs in here, like... The back of it, right? You got left mouse click, right mouse click, Q and E is there. There's a shift, there's alt, there's space here. And then at the front, you can cycle 1, 2, 3, and 4. You hold down function, you can do 5, 6, 7, and 8. There's B and T over there, G and H. M and F2 is right there, tab and F1 is over there. You got a scroll wheel. You can do escape and enter over there. Right? And then you have Z, X, C, R, V, and F. Like, for a decent amount of games, this is technically all the buttons you would need. Like, it would cover, like, because, like, they actually count as actual keyboard inputs. You can use this thing as a handheld mouse there. And then, you have WSAD from the left analog stick. That's WSAD. So, like, you kinda got everything covered. This does not look like a voltmeter. No. And how about this kind of voltmeter? Have you ever seen one of these, Tara? I've worked with some of these in my classes before, but like, this is technically a voltmeter, but it's a lot more than that. It's an oscilloscope. This thing over here. The graph in the middle shows voltage over time, but you can also change the thing to show other things as well. But like, that's specifically what you see on this graph here. Like, it's measuring voltage over time. At a hospital, kinda... this is not the thing you would see in a hospital, though. Also, a hospital wouldn't be measuring this. No, the hospital wouldn't be measuring this. A 1980s gyrobot anime? I don't know about that, but... no, this... I mean, there's something similar in a hospital, but it's definitely not this. Because this thing measures voltage over time. And from there, you can use it to calculate all sorts of other things. But what this does is it measures voltage going through, right, over a period of time. You obviously have to probe it at specific spots. But this measures voltage over time. That's an oscilloscope. Right. And like, you can have things here, voltage, time. And from here you can get the frequency, like, you can use it to measure all sorts of things there. Right. Heck, you can use it to like measure sound waves if you hook it up to something like that. Right, if you're ever wondering like where like the effect of like the sound wave stuff like maybe you've seen in the past come from, it's just measuring voltage of the actual like the amplitude of the sound wave over time. I know what a voltmeter is. I actually have one. I know. I own a multimeter. This is like far, far more basic. You can't even use these things to measure AC voltage properly. Like, if you wanted to measure, like, properly, like, an AC voltage, you would need one of these. Because of how an AC voltage works. You can use the other thing for, like, for DC voltage. But, like, you shouldn't use a voltmeter for AC voltage. You're not gonna measure it properly. Alright, that aside though, let's go put the characters I'm gonna use in. But like, yeah, technically, this controller, right? It can act as your keyboard and your mouse. Let's deploy you. Yeah, no, Snowbreak is a bit finicky for some reason with this. If I'm trying to select something, and it detects a mouse direction input, it doesn't work properly. How do I turn off the gyro? Well, that's because you're measuring DC voltage on those. What you're thinking of. That's why it's fine. But like, again, like, they're not gonna give you the most accurate information. For certain things. If you're just testing stuff, briefly though, like, it should be good, they should be good enough. Like, obviously though, like, an oscilloscope, it would be a lot better if you wanted, like, more precise data and stuff, but those things are insanely expensive. oscilloscopes
安全第一
compared to like a basic ass voltage meter.
非常口を開けておいた。早く脱出を。頼もしいわね、博士。
Alright, wait.
騎士殿。
There is an emergency exit there? Okay.
素早く片付けます。次は本気です。
Yeah, I wish there was like a way to like more easily toggle on and off the gyro.
次は
Because like the gyro is nice, but I don't need it as often as I think. I mean, yeah. Guns are heavy, man. Real guns are heavy.
次は本気です。
I wouldn't be able to keep my hand steady if I was to hold
早く片付け
some of these guns, man. Just holding them, I wouldn't be able to keep my hand steady. These guns are freaking heavy. But yeah, I'm using the Pepega controller, so if my gameplay sucks, you know why. I mean, hey, it works. If I was using a regular actual controller, I'd be way worse. This is definitely better than using a regular game controller to try and do the aiming and stuff. Like, keep in mind, I don't get any aim assist or anything when I'm using this. Because it thinks I'm just using a real keyboard and mouse. This weird controller. So, like, I don't get any actual assist of any kind. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the hydrate. Let's do the hydrate. Honestly though, like, I wish just like Valve would just make an actual real successor to the Steam controller. It would like fix the problem, honestly. Cause like using this thing, it depends like on a per game basis, like how useful this thing is. I would say it's like a per game basis. Not the most ideal for something like Snowbreak. Like you'd really just be better off using a keyboard and mouse. And like when you have to jump, like it's kind of just awkward. But like, yeah. But it's a cool novelty. This does not have enough inputs though if you wanted to play like ToF on this. Like, it doesn't have enough inputs for something like ToF. But if you wanted to play something with like very few inputs like Genshin or WoA, they'd be fine. Technically, Snowbreak requires more inputs than freaking Genshin and WoA. As funny and as weird as that sounds. In some sections for Snowbreak. Alright, we missed part of the thing. Alright, over here, taking advantage of the museum's layout, Gabe and I took cover behind the stairwell landing, unleashing a barrage of fire to knock down waves of advancing enemies. Suddenly, Ignis's voice crackled through the communicator. Hate to interrupt your shooting spree, but it seems the entire city's police force is zeroing in on your location. Might be a good time to make an exit. Just this doctor's professional opinion. Huh? But we're just getting warmed up. Ignis has a point. We've secured the tiers of the Welkin, so there's no need to stick around for a drawn-out battle. I have never fired a gun before. No. I've held prop guns before, but I've never fired a real gun before. But I have held prop guns before. Because I remember back when I did take martial arts when I was younger. For some reason, they were like, so here's how you do self-defense if some guy has a gun. I'm like, what? So they had us hold these freaking prop pistols. These things were like extremely heavy. I'm like I didn't like when I held it. I'm like, wait. I was like, yeah, there's no way it's that heavy. And then I held it. I'm like, oh shit, this thing is heavy. Right? Because like it was a prop gun, right? And they're like, yeah. So this is how you would like if you're close enough. Here are techniques to like move them away so that you're not in the line of fire. I was like surprised. And like, here's something you can do if you were close enough so you could grab and steal their weapon. Like, that was like covered. I'm like, damn. Okay. But that's its whole other situation there. Though I guess I might be remembering it as much heavier than it is. Probably because I was like 10 years old at the time. I was like 10 at the time when I held it. That was like a long ass time ago, man. You're right, but it seems like these gentlemen aren't too keen on letting us go. As if to prove a point, I gave recklessly peeked out from cover, only to be greeted by bullets zipping in from multiple directions. Are you insane? I yanked her back, pressing her down behind cover as I rummaged through the assorted gadgets Ignis had stuffed into my bag before I left, hoping to find something useful. Marshmallows, chocolate, coffee pudding. Why is it all just sweets? Oh, that's because you had low blood sugar at your last checkup. I thought you might need a sugar boost. Well, aren't you a sweetheart? This really isn't the time to spoil your sister. I don't think he meant it. Fortunately, Ignis didn't actually expect me to fight off enemies with confections. Digging deeper, I found exactly what I needed. Honest about what? Weighing the device in my hand, I estimated the distance and hurled a custom-made smoke grenade that Ignis had prepared. Alright, there's a bang noise. With a loud bang, smoke enveloped the space between us and the enemy. I quickly stowed away my pistol and the diamond and turned to a cave. Up on what? Seriously, the koala bear suddenly forgot her hobby at a time like this? With no time for explanations, I stepped forward, scooped gave him my arms, and fired the grappling hook in my hand. I mean, yeah, a loaded weapon is obviously not safe if it's pointed at you, right? But the thing that's scarier isn't the gun itself, but rather who's wielding it, right? Because, like, at the same time, it's like, you know, like, even, like, stuff like, you know, the knives you have in your kitchen to cut food, right? It can be extremely deadly and dangerous if used by someone, maliciously, right? Same thing with, like, you go to the grocery store, right? You go to the cleaning aisle. You can go make yourself mustard gas if you wanted out of basic things you can find in there. But what's scarier isn't the weapon or the substance that you have there, but the state of mind of whoever is using it, right? Like, you can make mustard gas out of, like, things you would find next to each other in the cleaning aisle at the grocery store. Alright, I won't mention how to do it, but you could technically do it. Alright, let's get the cat ears on. Right? So, like, the scarier thing isn't the weapon or whatever, it's rather who's using it. Right? Because that can be all sorts of scarier. Right? Because, like, yeah, guns can be extremely dangerous if you're not careful with them. Right, and you should always treat one as if it's always loaded. Even if it isn't. Just for safety's sake. Right, but at the same time, you can find even more dangerous things at the grocery store next to each other in the same aisle. Just saying. Though you would have to definitely be misusing those things and doing it maliciously to get that result. Either that or you're some or it's a dumb child that's like trying to play chemist and mix all sorts of cleaning products together. But that's a different story there. Well, yeah, I never actually experienced gunfiring before. That is correct. I've never experienced actual gunfiring before. But yeah, that is indeed correct. Well, bringing the grappling hook was definitely a smart move. And thanks to that hole in the roof you made in the on our way in, we've got our exclusive emergency exit. Keep in mind, I was sheltered enough, like, growing up. I didn't even know what the hell the N-word was. The first time I ever heard the N-word was when, like, kids in my class were, like, teasing this one person. When I was already, like, like, either 12 or 13 years old. That was the first time I heard the N-word. That was the first time I ever heard it. And even then, like, before that, it's like, you know, but yeah, you never have to, depending on the situation, it's pretty terrifying. Well, yeah. Right? All I know is inside the gun, you know, you're using explosives to fire a projectile forward. Right? He is like, yeah, what's gunpowder? It's an explosive. Right? But entering through the roof wasn't part of the plan. Why would you have the grappling hook in your bag? I can't predict everything, but it's always good to be prepared for contingencies. Aw, you're so cool. Give me a kiss. Easy now, hold still. After I gave it, I escaped from the rooftop. As the smoke in the grand hall slowly cleared, murmurs rose among the guards sprawled on the floor. Wait, they have gunpowder in kids' toys? What? Like, earlier today, I learned that people were apparently buying nitrous oxide and overdosing on nitrous oxide. I learned today that that was a thing. Now you're telling me there's freaking gunpowder in children's toys? Like, what the fuck? I don't know what the hell is more surprising to me. People are, like, actually buying and misusing now, nitrous oxide to get high. Or the fact that there's some children toys that had gunpowder in them. Right, and, like, you have, like, kids buying freaking nitrous oxide canisters to overdose on it. Which, no, you should not be doing that. You shouldn't be misusing freaking things like that. It's like, yeah, technically anyone can go buy it, like, easily. But, like, the fact is, I also learned that there's apparently flavored nitrous oxide. For some reason. Why the fuck is that shit flavored? Because, like, I saw a video where, like, someone talking about that stuff. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? But yeah. Alright, as the smoke in the grand hall slowly cleared, murmurs rose among the guards sprawled on the floor. Can we get up now? Shh, director hasn't called cut yet. Good thing we're wearing masks. The smoke was no joke. I'll clear everyone up. Alright, you sent me an image of something? Let's see. Oh, you're talking about BB guns. Oh, these things. Wait, they actually use gunpowder in them? Like, I've seen these things before. I've seen these toys before. The one that you sent me. I didn't realize, like, they got banned in places. And, like, yeah. They actually used gunpowder. I did not know that. You sent me a picture of, like, these toy cap guns. Actually, no, when I was in high school, I actually knew a guy who collected, who had, like, a collection of BB guns. I think I mentioned before, like, my story of what happened when, in like, freaking high school prom. Where, like, a bunch of us... I tried an airsoft? No, like, so I knew a guy, like, when I was in high school, there was this kid in one of my classes. He had a collection of BB guns, paintball guns, and airsoft guns. There was, like, this kid, like, who actually had, like, a collection of this shit. Right, and the only reason why I found out about this, actually, was like, really surprising. So, like, the story was... So, like, the story was, like, what was going on with, like, before graduation, they wanted to, like, the principal and stuff, like, the people running the school, they wanted to change how the thing would work, right? And, like, they basically pissed off a bunch of the student body, right? So, like, instead, we ended up, like, instead of, like, going to prom as our way of protesting, like, we actually protested freaking prom. Right? We all instead organized, like, a bunch of different events to go to instead on that night, right? And one of them was we went paintballing. And, like, I was like, you know what? Might as well give it a try. Right? So it was like, I went paintballing with a bunch of friends and, like, there was, like, a bunch of other students in the group as well, right? Anyways, so, like, you know, as you would expect, most high school students, especially females, you know, they probably don't have all the equipment and stuff to go paintballing, but, like, it's like, yeah, we'll just wear old clothes that we're gonna, like, throw out anyways or whatever. And, like, we go rent armor and stuff at the place. We go rent guns and buy ammo, right? And so this kid shows up, right? He freaking drives up. He shows up. He has freaking, like, in the trunk, he brought, like, he has a freaking collection of, like, a couple of paintball guns. And this guy has, like, a ton of ammo. And, like, a bunch of us were just, like, surprised and, like, what the fuck? Right? Because, like, we were expecting, like, it's like everyone else was expecting, right? We're like, yeah, we'll go spend, like, the 100-something to go rent the gun, some armor, and some ammo. To go buy some ammo to use. Right? But, like, this guy is, like, he has, like, freaking everything he needed. Like, this guy was, like, super ready. We're like, damn. And then like, it clicked to me, because it's like, so this is why he freaking recommended paintballing. The guy also ended up having a membership to that place. So, like, the guy was apparently a regular. He was, like, prepared, man. This guy was prepared. And then I overheard him talking with some of the guys, and he's like, oh, this is nothing. And he was like, I remember him saying, like, he had a collection of all sorts of other, like, of these types of guns and stuff. I'm like, damn. I'm like, damn. I was like, not expecting that. The paintball, though, was fun. It was painful, but it was fun. Good thing I wore clothes, like, that I was just gonna, like, throw away afterwards anyways, old clothes. But yeah, it was fun. Alright, old clothes and old shoes. But yeah. It was fun, but, like, it was just, like... It was, like, extremely surprising. But yeah. No, I think I also mentioned what happened afterwards, though, like... So, like, the Monday after, right? It's like it's like showing up to class, right? Because this is funny. Like the teacher who was like responsible for prom, right, was my 12th grade math teacher, right? Right, and like the funniest thing is like a bunch of the shit they were like going to give out at prom, they didn't give it out. So like in the classroom, she ended up bringing it back into the classroom. He had like a bunch of these plants and stuff, and like at the end of the class, she would just be handing them out to the students, and she'd be like, take a bunch, because like barely anyone showed up for prom. It was like barely anyone, because everyone was like protesting by not going, which was kind of funny. But hey, technically speaking, I probably arguably had way more fun with what I did that day, going paintballing and stuff. And I spent way less than I would have needed to if I went to prom instead. Because, like, you know, getting all dressed up and everything for that, way more costly than just, you know, spending maybe $100 to go rent equipment and a suit, as well as pay for pay to like go play paintball. Right? But that's its own other situation. It was funny though. Like it was funny like just going into class like the next weekday after. And it just be the room being like full of the stuff that she didn't get to give out. But yeah, that's its own other thing. I mean, it's funny, man. Because of, like, what happened. It's funny. Right? It's like, instead of, you know, trying to get a date or whatever to go to prom or whatever, they spend the day shooting at people. Right? So, like, the closest, the only gun I've ever held and shot is a paintball gun. It was fun though. I don't know what the hell the model or whatever it was that I was using, because I have no idea. I just rented whatever was like there. But yeah, it was fun for what it was. But it did surprise me that guy was like just prepared to go to war. I just imagine he's just like, yeah, I got all this shit in here. He's like, he was just prepared, man. He was prepared. Right, the producer waved away the last wisp of smoke, then turned to the crew busily managing their filming equipment. That girl was so busy enjoying her time with the adjutant that she completely forgot to call cut. Everyone take 5. I'll go see if I can find the director and her star. I'm back. Oh. Shenxing's eyes lit up as she saw me, but the next moment she noticed the Gabe still clinging tightly to my neck and my arms. She wouldn't let go, so it took us a bit longer to get back from the rooftop. Hearing my accusation, the culprit in my arms remains unbothered, even having the nerve to nuzzle closer into my chest. How dare you? Freesia, care to lend a hand? Absolutely. Yeah, Freesia's not happy. Watching indignantly from the sidelines, Freesia swiftly sprang into action, flanking a Gabe with Shenxing and grabbing her on either side. What are you guys doing? No! 1 week earlier. This is the 14th public security incident today. Late at night, on the streets of New Hentero, several men laying groaning outside the jewelry store, sprawled in disarray. As the Gabe and I had passed by, they had been attempting to smash the store's glass window to rob it. It seems the repercussions of the Rosen Karana's actions are more severe than we anticipated. During Rosen's attacks on Ganges, we are forced to choose the lesser of two evils and redirected the onslaught of malicious data into the minds of the citizens of New Hentero. At the time, we didn't have the luxury to scrutinize the content and implications of the data, Clearly, it was now beginning to affect the people of New Hentero. The incidents, once rare in New Hentero, verbal altercations, physical conflicts, and even robberies, were now occurring with disturbing regularity. Compared to the destructiveness of the Titans or wars, these public security cases might have seemed trivial anywhere else in the world. But here in New Hentero, these spontaneous, unheralded events could significantly disrupt Ganja's oversight of the city, threatening the overall stability. So until a solution was found, Gabe and I decided to act as temporary city guards. A direct approach to try and help alleviate Ganja's burden. Yet it seemed to be a temporary fix at best. Sighing, I handcuffed the thwarted thieves and handed them over to the security bots, arriving late to the scene. Let's go back to see how they are doing at the company. There's been a major breakthrough, Adjutant. As soon as I activated the communicator, Vracia's grinning face appeared on the screen. I couldn't make out what, that she was standing in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling, window due to the time difference. Well, it was nighttime for me in New Hentero, sunlight was streaming in behind her. Wait, I thought I dialed Tao's number. Vracia, let's focus on the first issue at hand. The familiar voice of Tao sounded from behind Vracia. Aye, Director Tao. Vracia quickly stepped aside, allowing Tao to appear on the screen. Your report suggests that the citizens of New Hentero are becoming increasingly violent. A clear result of malicious data influence. Oh, what the hell is this?
Everything will become a...
Well, welcome Raiders there. 1 million viewers. Welcome Raiders. What? Why did I hear the Ralph Wiggum I'm in danger? Okay. Alright, welcome Andy. Alright, your report suggests that the citizens of New Hentero are becoming increasingly violent. A clear result of the malicious data influence. Ah, it was one of your Twitch redeems. Fair enough. This phenomenon mirrors the process of manifestations, being endowed with a Dewa's, albeit in reverse. I should make like some sound redeem things. Grab some of them. I should get the freaking more dots one. Or like the freaking under the water one, we were like glitching under the water. That one was funny. When we were glitching under the water in ToF last week. Tao paused, absently tugging at her sleeve. A tell I'd come to recognize when she was deep in thought, so I stayed silent, trying not to interrupt. Rain, you might recall our discussion about Project Deus Ex. How could I forget? Tao once uploaded the wealth of myths into Edda, hoping the AI supercomputer would become a new god for humanity and guide civilization. After Edda's defection, she shifted her focus to the manifestations. Rosen is doing the same thing, except her myths don't include solidarity, bravery, or sincerity. Instead, they promote...
underscore cheered X1, help me, I'm under the water, I'm drowning. Gloop, gloop.
But are you under the water? Alright, I thought it was like, hello, I am under the water. Please helping. Too much drowning or something. Oh, here, let me find the sound thing. No, it's hello, how are you? Here it is.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
Yeah, there it goes. The hello, how are you? I am under the water. But yeah. War, disaster, survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Classic Rosen. That woman is truly a product of her own narrative. It's exactly what I expected. So what's that driving the people of New Hentero mad? She doesn't seek to bring forth guiding divinity. She's tapping into humanity's basest bestial instincts. No wonder she and Eda didn't get along. So what was the major breakthrough Frisha mentioned earlier? The data was originally intended for Ganges, and its effects on humans have proven unpredictable. Okay. Chenxing, you're there too? Yes, Adjutant. Director Tao has placed great importance on this research, so she has assigned both Frisha and me to lead it. Chenxing gave a small bow while revealing a smile. Our findings suggest that while it's challenging to completely erase the data, overwriting it is actually quite simple. It sounds like it would also have to do with something to do with Taitogen. Spot on, Adjutant. In theory, by re-encoding, we can completely alter their nature and strip away all malevolent aspects. The only catch is that the process will take over an hour. I nodded and shifted my attention back to Tao. I know the company's short on staff at the moment, but I'll need to borrow Frisha and Chenxing for a few days. Fixing New Hentero's problems sooner is also a good for the company's public image. Yeah? Tao seemed surprised, a faint smile flickering across her lips. Even when you're not at the office, you remain Heimdall's adjutant. You don't need my permission to deploy your team. Ahem, yes. Agave? Yes, Director Tao? Keep the adjutant safe. This will be your last mission as a Leviathan agent. Understood. After ending communication with the company, I began planning our next moves. I had previously considered directly interacting with the berserk citizens of New Hentero, using my Taitogen abilities to address the malicious data in their minds. But dealing with humans isn't the same as dealing with titans or machines. I wasn't entirely sure if I could pull it off. Even if it worked, the long-term effects would remain uncertain. Besides, it would have been impossible to heal all the citizens in such a short time. However, before Life had left New Hentero, she shared something interesting with me. I looked up at Agave, who was absent-mindedly twirling a piece of thread in her hands, her fingers nimbly weaving it into intricate patterns. Did you really understand Agave's special power, Adjutant? Well, it seems she can glimpse into the future through that string of hers. There's more to it than that. What do you mean? It seems her show her thread to some panicked citizens during the earthquake in New Hentero, calming them down instantly. You mean she can influence people's emotions? I remembered her showing me the same piece of thread back at the Heartflow Garden, but I hadn't noticed anything unusual at the time. Moreover, she seemed to be able to see Katya's as a fragmented phantom. I see, that explains why she was chosen as a Leviathan agent, and why Tao sent her here. Just be careful, Adjutant. Are you worried she might abuse it on me? I chuckled softly, pulling Life into my arms and gently ruffling her hair. I'm certain she won't harm you. But when you aren't around, she's definitely not as sweet as she appears to be. Adjutant? Snapping back to reality, I found Agave's face right in front of mine. What is it? Have you ever watched a superhero movie? I've seen a few. Perfect. Then this might just work. What do you ask? Why do you ask? After hearing what Director Tao said, I got an idea. With a flourish, she twirled on the spot, performed an elaborate curtsy, and then extended her hand toward me with a smile. Let's make a movie. Make a movie? 2 days later at the skyport, I picked up Freisha and Chenxing, who had rushed overnight. I shared my decision with them. It was a Gabe's idea. She said that since New Hentaro had been somewhat cut off from the rest of the world, the locals had developed a deep affinity for the dramatic narratives found in fiction. If we can embed the process data into a movie, we might be able to overwrite the malicious data in the citizens' minds during the screening. That does sound like a viable approach, and there's an added advantage too. As the Gabe and I had gone around maintaining order in the city, many locals have filmed us. We've sort of become local celebrities. If we make a movie, it should be quite popular in New Hentaro. She's already working on it. With surprisingly unanimous support from everyone, Agave began her long-planned movie production. According to her, it would be an epoch-making superhero romance comedy. Superhero movies filmed in the new territory have gained popularity, and the romantic comedies have become the hottest genre in recent years. Combining the two, it'll surely be a blockbuster. Just don't be like the actual blockbuster which went EOS. Right? Don't be like the actual blockbuster. Agave took on the roles of director, screenwriter, and leading actress, while I was cast as the leading male protagonist. Freisha and Chenxing would also star in prominent roles, whereas the roles of the supporting actors, extra script supervisors, and photographers were filmed by volunteering New Hentaro citizens. Since Agave applied for funding from the company, Chenxing has been appointed by Tao as a producer, tasked with overseeing the budget and keeping Agave's insatiable enthusiasm for me in check. Like right now, she was giving an earful to Agave, who'd just pulled off me. Adjutant? Are you done disciplining her? Please don't misunderstand, I wasn't disciplining her. As a producer, I was simply discussing the project's progress and scheduling with her. I believe Miss Agave has taken the feedback to heart. We finished filming the first act and are all set to head into the next location for shooting. If you have no further instructions, Adjutant, I shall proceed to inform the rest of the crew. Please go on ahead. Thank you. When it came to management, Chenxing was indeed very reliable. As for Agave, I turned my head only to see her sitting forlornly in the director's chair, hands empty, appearing quite dejected. And there seemed to be something off about her hand. I slowly approached her, and before she could react, she grasped her right wrist. Adjutant, what are you doing? She blushed instinctively, trying to pull her hand back. I didn't respond, carefully examining her hand. The fair skin was marred by several conspicuous cuts, dividing the back of her hand into segments. That scene where you broke the glass wasn't scripted, was it? All set? Let's get in there. They didn't make prop glass? I had been suspicious at the time. The script did not include shattering the glass, and the blood was dripping from Agave's hand seemed too realistic. I just improvised a bit. If you wanted to do that, you should have made fake prop glass and prop blood. Right, like that's a thing. She was surprisingly candid about it. It felt right, so I went for it. I have always been like this. But if you don't like it, I can. Or be a cosplayer. I don't think being a cosplayer will magically solve that problem of being injured from breaking glass. I pressed a finger against her lips, shaking my head. Come with me. I led Agave into a small room tucked away in the southeast corner of the museum. It was once a storage room, but it had been repurposed into a makeshift lounge for the crew. Gabe stared at me with a puzzled expression as I rummaged through the various drawers and cabinets, eventually pulled out a small first aid kit. We can fake stuff like what they do in the movies. Yeah, but she didn't fake shattering glass. Injuries are par for the course when shooting an action movie, so I had asked the support crew to keep a first aid kit ready on set. After a brief explanation, I retrieved ointment and bandages from the kit and approached Gabe. Take a seat, let me take care of that. For the next few minutes, Gabe remained uncharacteristically quiet. She watched intently as I applied the ointment on her hand, sneaking glances at my face before quickly looking away. I didn't expect her to be shy about this sort of thing. There, all done. The medicine here in New Hampshire usually works like a charm. The cuts should heal by tomorrow. I nodded as I finished wrapping her hand in bandages, satisfied with my handiwork. Oh, and you're not left-handed, are you? No, I'm not. Next time you feel like improvising, try using your left hand. It's a bit less convenient to do stuff when you injure your dominant hand. I'll keep that in mind. What if, depending on what you're doing, your left or your right hand is more dominant depending on the action? What if you're like that, instead of being completely dominant with only one hand? What do you do in that situation? Though I'm pretty sure that's a very small minority of people that fall into that camp. Right? Because it's a smaller group of people that are left-handed, even smaller that are ambidextrous or selectively ambidextrous. Right? I fall more in the selectively ambidextrous camp. Alright, because some actions I'm basically left-handed, but some I'm not. If it's just writing, it's right-handed, but a lot of other things I do more with my left hand than I do with my right. So I've fooled people into thinking I'm left-handed before. You need two eyes being able to separate. I mean, I guess it depends on the game. You need that one-handed gameplay, right? To do your play games and draw at the same time, you need that one-handed gameplay, I bet. Right, you need that right-handed. You brush your teeth with your left, yeah. Alright, it all just depends. Let's head back. The crew is waiting for us. Supremacy. Can it let me use my chenching? I want to use my chenching. My chenching's better than the trial chenching. Nah, I can't use the chenching in the bikini. Rip. They won't let me use bikini chenching. I know mine is better than theirs. But that's a different thing entirely. My chenching is better though. It just is better.
Get back.
I mean, that has nothing to do with censorship. It's just they're locking the character in the stage. What does it even matter if it gives me a turret? So when do I start shooting? So anyways, I just start shooting. With whatever they're saying, I just start shooting. Alright, that's basically what we do here. We just start shooting. That's basically all we do. I mean, if they just randomly walked by, of course it would look. It's like out of place. You would kind of notice it when someone's dressed in a way that's kind of just out of place. Right, like, you know, if something's out of place, you would kind of just notice and look sometimes. At least I'd assume so. Like, if it's like, obviously out of pool, it's like, whatever, cause like, yeah, no shit. You're probably, you know, gonna be wearing a bikini if you're female at a pool. Or at the beach. But like, if it's just like in an out of place spot, that's a different story. That's when you look. When it's out of place. We'd also look if Borat walks by wearing a green bikini string. What? Okay then. You worked at a Walmart? Plenty of girls were wearing bikini during the summer? Why? Wait, only a... Why? But again, it's like you see someone like that walking by, just like not dressed appropriately. You just be like, what the fuck? I mean, like, I get it. Like, if they're checking in the mirror outside the change room or something in a Walmart, maybe. I don't know. I feel like they would still rather just look at the mirror inside the actual change room. Oh. This one fires explosive rounds. Because they thought it was okay. Yeah, I'd assume they would get turned at the door. Right? I assume so. Okay. How is that thing still alive? Alright, let's go kill all the things here. It's also legit in the movie. Okay then. What the fuck? He just kicked me out of the thing. Oh, it was cleared. Easy. Next stage. Hey, wake up! A sudden pressure in my stomach jolted me awake. As I opened my eyes, the first sight that greeted me was Ignis straddling me, mercilessly rubbing my face with her hands. Grab her wrists. After a brief movement of confusion, I snapped to full alertness. I swiftly grabbed her arms, halting her assault on my face. Yeah, no fanfare, I just dropped to the ground. It just despawned the platform I was on. I now cannot unsee what the hell you just sent me in my DMs, man. I wish I could unsee that. Cause goddamn. Wait, what? Oh shit, guys. Well then. Blue Protocol is going EOS. That's just crazy, man. Blue Protocol announced they're going EOS. Not even a full year, damn. That is crazy. They actually announced they're going EOS in Japan. Blue Protocol. Like, I figured it was going to happen. Or, like, thing, but damn. You sent me more? What the hell? You freaking sent me Mark? Yeah, people are being creative with Mark. Yeah. Using the light bulb with the exclamation point and 2 beach volleyballs to make a very towering phallic symbol there. Yeah, of course people are gonna do that. You just pose it up that he's leaning back and then boom. I've seen other poses where, like, you know, you have Anka bending over to eat some bar of something. Whatever that thing she's bending over to consume is. But damn. That's crazy though. Freaking Blue Protocol already EOS. They're EOSing in January next year. That is absolutely wild. Like, they're already EOSing. Blue Protocol. Not even a year. RIP for all the... Was it not even a year, or was it a year? Fuck, I forget. When did I try Blue Protocol again? I remember I tried it before I got banned. Wait, no, that was last year. Okay, it was a little bit over a year, then they went EOS. RIP for whatever Amazon was hoping to do with Blue Protocol, man. Right? I feel like they could still salvage what they have with Blue Protocol if they just pivoted away from being an MMO and do what Amazon's planning to do with New World. They probably could have salvaged it if they were doing they went and did that approach. But I'm also not super surprised. They spent how many years on Blue Protocol? And it was still like really Pepega and Dead on arrival. Right, like, how many years was spent on it and how much money did they waste? Right? Because, like, when was Blue Protocol first announced? It was, like, more than 10 years ago. If I remember correctly. It was, like, a long-ass time ago. Right, like, a long-ass time ago. But that's its own situation. Big rip there. They also ended their plans to release the game in the West. They've also completely ended. Actually crazy. Yeah, wait. We gotta, like, look at the thing, man. Bandai Namco Online announced they have made a difficult decision to end service on Blue Protocol. Alright? They will shut down the Japanese Blue Protocol servers in January 2025 and have ended plans to release the game in the West in collaboration with Amazon Games. In their statement, they announcing the end of service, Bandai Namco Online said, we have enjoyed a strong relationship with Amazon Games. Throughout the development of Blue Protocol, both of our teams are disappointed that we will not be able to deliver the game to players around the world. We know this was disappointing news, and we share your disappointment. We love the world and characters of Blue Protocol, and we were excited to welcome players around the world into Reinx. We joined Bandai Namco Online in expressing deep gratitude to the passionate fans who followed Blue Protocol development and participated in the closed technical test. We have great respect and appreciation for the team, the talented team at Bandai Namco, and wish them success in their next endeavors. You can read Bandai Namco's online full statement about Blue Protocol here. And then it's in Japanese. Right, and there's English over here, which we already read before, and then the Japanese one is longer. But yeah, they just already go EOS, man. The future is dead. It is completely dead. It was just posted not too long ago. Right? Just imagine. Somehow, like, and then I remember, like, yeah, people apparently said, oh, Blue Protocol replaced ToF or something. The ToF killer that didn't, yeah, it didn't do so well. It's dead now. What the hell is this Venn diagram I saw? Look at this Venn diagram. What? The? And then fuck here. What the? The fuck? What fuck? What the fuck? Where's the ToF killer we've been waiting for? It ain't coming, Chief. It ain't coming. Right? It ain't coming, man. Right? It ain't happening. Okay, wait. Exchange the crystal dust over 20 dark crystal. Oh, here we go. We got news on Lin Synthesia here. Let me get the link for you guys to see it. Here you go. Here's the Lin Synthesis thing, how to get it. After taming the weapon, any additional automatically converted to 120 sensory materials. Exchange in the card pool store at Universal Flame Gold at 1-to-1 ratio. Exchange the Crystal Dust store for 20 crystal dust for each. You can exchange up to 20 per week. Okay. And it unlocks at level 30. But there you go. But there you go. That's how we would apparently get it. But like, this is crazy, man. Blue Protocol already EOS. Already EOS, man. That is crazy. Years of development just wasted. That is sad. Alright, that is just really, really sad. No more Blue Protocol, guys. Right, no more Blue Protocol. It's just going EOS. Right. Japanese server EOS, global release cancelled. No more Blue Protocol. And somehow ToF just still ToFing. ToFLive's new app is about to hit the shitter as well because of no moderation. Oh, that's a rip. Alright, especially because they have like a lot of people interacting and stuff like that. But yeah. Yes. Rip Blue Protocol completely. Right, like, it's just a rip, man. Right, hi Lux. Yeah, Blue Protocol is never gonna release global. It's just never gonna happen. In EOS. Or it's EOSing in Japan, no more. Alright. It's the middle of the night. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Sleeping, schmeeping. That's just, something horrible just happened out there. She wriggled, attempting to break free from my grip, but soon realized it was futile. Resigned, she stretched out her leg to activate the terminal screen with her toes. The sound of the news broadcast instantly filled the room. Breaking news. Armed assailants, initially spotted downtown, have made their way to an outer island hotel. Authorities have sealed off all access roads, and residents are urged to steer clear of the area. Officials confirmed that 98 individuals, including locals, tourists, and a trade delegation from Shuzo, are currently being held hostage inside the hotel. The government of the Shuzo has made formal inquiries to Kuro authorities regarding action. A hostage situation? Now I understand why Ignis woke me up in the middle of the night. Yeah, if you get the skins now, you'll keep them forever. But otherwise, this is the last time you can ever get those skins. If you don't get those skins now, if you didn't already have them, they'll never come back, basically. So it's your last chance to get all the skins. Who are these people? Not sure yet. They have their faces covered, so I can't pull up any citizens' records. How are the police handling this? The kidnappers have planted bombs around the hotel. The police are being cautious and are currently in negotiations with them. Larger number, armed and possessing explosives. There were no ordinary criminals. Ignis, we must ensure the safety of the hostages. Or we must ensure the hostages' safety. We can't afford to be reckless this time. While the police are stalling, let's make a plan. But Ignis interrupted me, looked troubled, pointing toward the ongoing news broadcast. I just saw Felicity on the news. Felicity? She's part of that delegation? Although it's been 3 years since I last saw her. The image of the girl from Shuzo sprang into my mind. Clad in cyan, her hair white as snow. A princess, but with the demeanor of a spoiled child. I shot up from the bed and shook a Gave, who had been deeply asleep beside me. Yes, despite the noise Ignis and I made just now, I Gave remained in a deep slumber. Okay. Cut. Okay, that's the opening of Act 2. The newly introduced Shuzo character, Felicity, was met by the Midnight Knight during his early year travels across the continent. The knight saved her life once, and she has harbored a secret affection for him ever since. As the knight and Agave set off for the hotel, Felicity also made her move, clearing out the enemies lurking in the vicinity of the hotel to make their path easier. Is there a list? I mean, you can see it all in the shop. They're all grouped up. After the shooting, I excitedly reviewed the footage, picking out different shots of me from multiple cameras, apparently aiming to select the best take. Miss Chenxing, when you portray Princess Felicity, you should appear cooler and more dashing. That's how the audience pictures the heroine from Shuzo. I think you have some misconceptions about filmmaking and about Shuzo. Actually, quite a few. Huh? Do I? First off, Shuzo no longer uses the title princess. Oh, that's no big deal. How about Infanta, Archduchess? Sounds nice too? That's not the point. Chenxing simply spread out gave script pointing out to a part of the plot with a delicate finger. This scene shows Felicity breaking through through a siege using Shuzo's martial arts. But in reality, even a martial arts master couldn't jump from 10 stories high or dodge bullets with such high agility. Huh? But Miss Chenxing, you can do all of that, can't you? Chenxing seems to be having an intense internal conflict. What about this part? After being rescued by the knight, Felicity, first words are, I'm in the mood for some steamed buns. Fits the character, right? I did a lot of research and came up with this line. It appears I need to give you a cultural awareness lesson on Shuzo culture today. Okay. Something about steamed buns, guys. Should we intervene or... While Chenxing and Gabe were fully occupied with a heated argument, Vish and I quietly slipped out of the lounge. Just think of it as the two of them are discussing art. Truth be told, if I had stayed, they would very much likely have demanded that I arbitrate, which would have made things even messier. And frankly, Professor Frisha also thinks that there's something wrong with the little director script. Little director, you mean Gabe? Well, besides Kuro and home, she hasn't been to other regions on the continent, so some stereotypes are expected. That's not my point. I mean, how can she cast me as your sister? Huh? Half a step ahead of Frisha, I nearly stumbled when I heard her complaint. I turned back, and she saw the serious, I turned back and saw the serious look on Frisha's face. If I'm cast as your sister, then the audience won't see me as one of the heroines. I can see through her little trick. She just wants to have you all to herself. What do you think, Adjutant? It's just acting. You're all equally important to me, in my heart, of course. I had this feeling that Life and Fanny must have said something to the girls after returning to the company. Both Frisha and Chenxing had become much more assertive than before. Excuse me. Just as I was about to further my case, an unfamiliar voice interrupted us from behind. I turned around to see a tall young woman. She seemed to be a college student, her pale violet eyes intently studying my face. Somehow she looked familiar. Could I have your autograph? Before the young woman could finish her sentence, she magically produced a small notebook with a pen attached and took a bow and presented the notebook to me with both hands. The movie hasn't even aired yet, and you're already a big star? Well, that's not entirely wrong. In fact, since New Intro had been shut off from the rest of the world, news of our filmmaking spread quickly throughout the city. Many locals volunteered to help after they heard the news, and that was how we got most of our crew. Over the previous few days, numerous citizens had gathered around the set, curious to catch a glimpse of what I described as a superhero romance comedy. Reflecting on this, I took the young woman's notebook and signed it. I handed it back to her. Thank you so much. Her face lit up as she clutched the notebook to her chest, as if it were a precious treasure. After another quick bow, she turned and scampered off. Let's go. I turned back to Frisha Owen to find her looking puzzled, tilting her head as if contemplating something. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just you seem really relaxed right now. If we were in the containment zone, you'd certainly be verifying that girl's background and intentions, wouldn't you? Well, I don't really think that's necessary. Though I dismissed her hypothesis, I indeed had my reasons to be less vigilant here. Right now wasn't the time to share that with Frisha. I shook my head, and we continued on our way. After leaving the hotel, Frisha and I stumbled upon a street famous for its snacks, where we tried a Kuro specialty cold drink. Although it appeared to be a bizarre mix of various flavors, it was surprisingly tasty. We each grabbed 2 cups and head back to the lounge. Adjutant. As soon as we stepped in, both Zhenxing and Agave, who were seated on opposite sides of the room, stood up and looked expectantly at me. There you are, Adjutant. Where'd you guys go? Vish and I went to grab some cold drinks for the 2 of you. I suddenly exchanged a knowing look with Frisha, who quickly understood and nodded in agreement. Well then. Agave's eyes darted between the 2 drinks in my hands, finally settling on the one from which I had already taken a few sips. Before I could react, she snatched the drink from my hand. Almost at the same time, the other drink was commandeered by Zhenxing, who had also been plotting her move. As Agave triumphantly took a big gulp from her drink, Zhenxing, having missed out, looked on the verge of an outburst. I quickly reacted to diffuse the tension between them. How's the script discussion going? Initially, I thought Miss Agave had simply lacking some basic knowledge, but after our talk, I realized it's not about her knowledge, her taste, logic, and artistic instincts all seem painfully misguided. Well, I think Miss Zhenxing is completely out of touch with modern trends and doesn't understand the cinematic classics of the early century. She's practically living in a time without movies. You have to trust me, Adjutant. I'm a professional director. Uh-huh. I'm sure you are. Suddenly, Agave hugged my entire left arm tightly, her warmth seeping through. Adjutant, certainly I'm known as the observer for a reason. I assure you that my observations are accurate. My right hand was gently but firmly grasped and placed into Zhenxing's cool palm. Frisha, don't just stand there. Behind me, Frisha pretended to be serious while sneakily leaning her head against my back. It appeared that the differences were too deep to be resolved through mere conversations. Looking at the rolled-up script that had obviously been used as a makeshift weapon, an idea struck me. If I remember correctly, the next scene is where Agave and I approach the hotel to defuse the bomb, right? Exactly. After all, Agent Agave isn't just good at fighting, she's also an expert in bomb defusing, interrogation, and more. Plus, defusing bombs is one of the most classic scenes in... I raised my hand to stop her enthusiastic spiel. How about you 2 switch jobs for the next scene? I mean, let Zhenxing direct so both you can see things from the other's perspective. How does that sound? Let her direct? That's a great idea. I admire your wisdom, Adjutant. Before Agave could protest, Zhenxing readily accepted the proposal. It's a fair proposal, and it came from the Adjutant. Miss Agave, surely you wouldn't refuse, would you? Agave's gaze shifted between Zhenxing and me, finally letting out a sigh. If the Adjutant insists, and it's only for one scene, I guess it's fine. In that case, I'll leave Kaede in your care for the time being. Who's Kaede? Along with Zhenxing, Frisha and I shot Agave a puzzled look. Alright then. Have fun with Black Myth Wukong. Alright, enjoy your lurking you should uninstall. Have fun with that. You didn't know? Kaede is our script supervisor. She's been shadowing me on set. Haven't you guys noticed? Now did she mention it? Back when Agave was clinging to me in the museum? Time, scene, number, shot, framing. When they were arguing over the Shuzo film after filming Zhenxing's scene. Lines, films, notes. Isn't she the girl Fresh and I just ran into in the hallway? She sure knows how to melt into the background. The adjutant and I saved Kaide from an incident recently. She's studying film in university and she volunteered as soon as she heard we were making a movie. No wonder she seemed familiar. Anyway, Miss Chenching, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Kaide. After all, she's been shadowing me, which makes her more professional than most amateurs. Noted. Amid the palpable tension between the two, the filming continued. Alright, and then now we get the next stage. How many progress is there? It goes up to progress 8. God, I hate how like they stylize it like this. Sometimes going for some crazy style or whatever, it just makes it more annoying to deal with than just plonking the stage there and calling it a day. Right, sometimes it just is. Oh well. Oh wait, you know what? Here, we'll look at the skins that are gonna go away. I actually just put a section in the shop for that. If you go to the outfit tab over here, everything on this list is going away. As for this one, the Anya Exuvia, there should be a thing to get the interactable scene as well, which is also going away if you don't grab it now. Right? Everything here in the outfit tab. Every single thing in the outfit tab. That said, if you're gonna get the Anya thing, get the bundle so you get the scene as well. They also have the bundle with the weapon skin for Fenny as well. And then after that, you get everything else in here if you want to get all the skins. Some of these were Battle Pass exclusive outfits. The ones at the bottom, I believe, were Battle Pass outfits. Yeah, like all of this is a Battle Pass outfit. This one was Battle Pass. 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 And this one was Battle Pass. And the ones up above are not Battle Pass. Right, but it's like your last chance to get them all. So... do with that as you will. I ended up just grabbing them all. That way I can at least have them before they go away. So that in the future I will always have them. I guess. Alright, let's go back to the story. Alright, we'll disarm that one. Alright, let's continue with inspecting. Oh, bomb up here. I should have used Cirrus. Because then I would get to like just rush in.
早く片付けます。次は
And okay, we gotta disarm the thingy. Alright, let's keep going. At least like the timer only starts when you're in like specific locations for it. No, the wire's not there. Oh, there's the wire. Because like imagine if it was like just an actual just regular ass timer that would go through like everything that goes down. That would be crazy if it was like that. Alright, electric trap disabled. Oh, final bomb. How am I supposed to make it there in time? Okay, cool. Next one. Over here, my knight. Having defeated the last two waves of enemies, Agiva and I, her hand grasping mine, strode toward the hotel entrance where the last bomb was planted. As we approached the entrance, a burly figure emerged from the nearby shrubbery. Not so fast, midnight night. With a boastful flourish, the man swung his mechanical arms in joints clacking ominously in the moonlight. Finally, his face came into clear view. You're one of the giants of the nefarious Jotunheim Syndicate. And the old crook Bender's personal bodyguard, Taz Iron Hand. So you're the orchestrator behind all this. Well, since you recognize me, I'll cut to the chase. I didn't expect Modek to fit the villain role so perfectly. Care to hear a secret, Knight? The bomb behind me isn't like those little toys you disarmed. It goes off instantly. Not only this hotel, but the entire island it's built on will be reduced to rubble. And it's a masterpiece, from the hand of Mr. Better himself. Not something you can easily, disarm manually. There's no way to stop it unless Mr. Better himself deactivates it remotely. What do you want? Oh, it's a very simple request, actually. Why don't you look up? I certainly didn't intend to follow his instruction firstly. I couldn't, be sure what he wouldn't attack while I was distracted. Secondly, I already figured out what he wanted me to see. Alright, you have a good night, Andy. Ever since the standoff began, there have been numerous drones buzzing above, operated by various media outlets, and capturing every, angle of the ongoing drama. I know, there are many cameras up there. What's your point? We just want one simple thing. Take off your sunglasses and reveal to everyone in the city who the knight behind the shades really is. How despicable, over my dead body. Really, that's the one they want. What was that funny picture of Proto Man removing helmet? I remember like a while back, I saw like a fan art of like Proto Man, and then underneath when he removed his helmet was just another pair of shades. When he was just like unmasked. I'm trying to see if I can find it. I guess not. It was like a long ass time ago. What's the matter, young lady? Is it because you know very well that there's no difference between us? We're all thorns in the side of those in power. He was right. Although I gave Ignis and I had been combating crime in the city, our very existence had essentially been a defiance to the city's judicial system. We were vigilantes. I gave self-proclaimed title Shadow Agave was actually accurate. In some sense, she possessed the superpower to drastically alter her appearance, which she did on every mission to make herself unrecognizable. Agave explained that this effect would be added in post-production, but unlike her, the moment I removed my sunglasses, my true identity would be exposed, putting me directly in the crosshairs of both the police and criminals. What are you waiting for, hero? Is keeping your identity secret more important than saving all the lives here? A bead of cold sweat trickled down my forehead, coursing along my temple to my chin. Suddenly, the world around me quieted. The incessant buzz of the drones, Daz's iron hands, derisive laugh, and Agave's labored breathing all seemed to fade away. The challenge was unlike any I had faced before. The enemy had cunningly set a trap from the start, using lives of the hundreds as bait to lure me into a deadly moral dilemma. I had to save them. The only reason, that was the very reason I became the Midnight Knight, even if the cost was high. I suddenly reached for my sunglasses, and hovering the drones instantly surged closer, scrambling to capture the moment. Suddenly, I felt that Gabe place her hand on mine. Was she trying to stop me? Wait, there was more. Her index finger quickly traced a symbol on the back of my head. She drew a triangle. It was our secret signal for attack. In less than a heartbeat, I lunged forward. The surprised Daz's Iron Hand, who was expecting a gunfight rather than a hand-to-hand combat, he was caught off guard and easily knocked. Following closely, Gabe pulled out a dagger as they floored Daz. With a single strike, the vain enemy was silenced by her forever. What do we do about the bomb? Gabe opened her mouth, but I didn't hear anything. It wasn't until she stepped closer and lightly slapped my face that my hearing snapped back. Why do you always lose your hearing in these stressful, critical moments, my knight? How weird. How do you know? How long have we fought alongside each other? It's strange if I hadn't noticed. Ignis just took over the comms that she's jamming the signals in this area to prevent remote detonation of the bomb. We're clear to go all out with this. I see. No wonder the drones had suddenly fallen from the sky like drunken flies. You know, you can rely on me more, my knight. She smiled and reached out to me. Come on, let's take care of the last bomb. As we approached the bomb, I felt that Gabe's grip on my hand suddenly tighten, as if she had spotted something unexpected. This bomb? Sensing her alarm, I quickly followed her gaze. The bomb was encased in a glass box. Its timer was ticking down relentlessly. But the unusual part was this bomb looked nothing like the crafted props we dealt with before. It looked more like a hastily assembled contraption. That explained Gabe's ashen face. The bomb wasn't one of her props. Without wasting any time on confirmations, I quickly knelt down, opened the lid of the glass box. Only 30 seconds remain in the bomb's timer. The rest of the crew is some distance away. If I tell everyone to run now, we should be able to escape the blast radius. But there's still tons of people inside the hotel. I have to defuse it. The bomb had a simple design, which was both good and bad news. If I cut the right wire, I could neutralize it instantly. But if I cut the other, everyone get back. I bellowed, ensuring the crew kept their distance, then refocused on the bomb. Give me her dagger. Eyes fixed on the bomb. I reached back for Agave, but received no response. Agave? Her voice trembled, just I I was to turn to look at her, I felt heavy weight of the dagger in my hand. Along with it came a Gabe's hand, cold and clammy with sweat. Grasping her hand, we together moved the dagger toward the bomb. Which color do you prefer? No, I can't look. Right, better not put that kind of pressure on her. I don't know what wire we cut. Green? For a moment I thought of I heard the ticking clock, but I quickly dismissed the thought of the bomb. I clearly had a digital timer. With a flick of my wrist, the chosen wire snapped, yet the countdown did not stop. In a flash, a tremendous force knocked me on the ground. It wasn't the bomb, it was a Gabe. Before anything could happen, she tackled me down, shielding me beneath her, her hands firmly covering my ears. With our faces nearly touching, I could see her trembling eyelashes and feel our breaths mingling. No! Why would I smoke anything? No! Where are you getting that from? The fuck? That is so random and bizarre. Also, no, don't do drugs, kids, man. Don't. Hell is this? Then followed a prolonged silence. It was only when a distant shouts that Frisha and Chenching reached out to us that I gently nudged the Gabe's head and propped myself up to check on the bomb. The expected explosion did not occur, nor did the bomb transform into a confetti-spraying surprise box. It simply laid there in a glass casing, as if mocking our overreaction. So it was never actually going to explode? 5 minutes later, I gave Chenching and Frisha and I gathered around the bomb, our expressions grim. Yeah, I checked it out. It's technically a real bomb, but these wires, they're not connected to anything. It's essentially just a clock strapped to a bomb. Strange, who would do something like this? It doesn't matter who did it. What matters is that someone is actively threatening the adjutant. No, I don't smoke anything. No. Why are you asking me questions about smoking? No, I don't smoke anything. Why would I smoke anything? This is just so bizarre and random. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's up with this guy, man. Given the situation, I suggest we halt filming and find another method to overwrite the malicious data. Hold on. No one else knows about the bomb, right? They all think it was another one of a game's classic improvisations. I mean, if the guy wants something to smoke, he can go to his local grocery store and mix your standard, regular laundry detergent with bleach. Just kidding, don't do that, and don't smoke that. Right, don't do that. Don't mix those things together ever. Never mix laundry detergent with bleach like that and then smell it. Like, you should never do that. But, like, that's basically how I see people doing those types of things are. They're like, except it's obviously not going to be as immediate as making makeshift mustard gas. But, you're basically slowly unaliving yourself. No, I do not. What the fuck? Let's keep this under wraps and then continue with the filming. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's up with this guy, man. Here's what I'll do. Yeah, this is just weird having a guy asking these types of questions. Yeah, most people don't think about, like, smoking or whatever. Let alone these other substances that you're bringing up. Most normal people don't think of this shit. We're gonna just put you in timeout. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I don't think it's wise to take such risks. After all, this making a movie isn't essential. Isn't it though? I smiled at her and casually picked up the bomb, weighing it in my hand. I have to wonder why someone would place a bomb that won't explode. Intimidation. I gave, who had been silent for a while, suddenly looked up and slowly spoke her piece. They aimed to halt the filming without causing a serious disturbance, hence the dummy bomb. But how would they know about our plan to use the film to override the malicious data? I don't know. Huh? It's precisely because we know nothing about the mastermind behind this, behind all this, or their true intentions. We must continue production. We'll draw them out into making more moves, forcing their hand until they have no choice but to reveal themselves. Alright, I should double check on my dispatch thing on that game. I'm gonna do that real quick. I see. Chinching, under normal circumstances, I would have expected you to think of this as well. Don't let your concern for your my safety cloud your judgment. Stay calm. I'm gonna quickly click through something. Because I just remember the time rolled over for me to do the thing in the cat game. Oh yes, Air Express. Oh good, I had 6 of these. I can just cook them. You can't see what I'm doing, that's fine. Alright, and then I just quick load. And then I can depart it. When is the banner for that thing coming? Alright, let's go back to this. Yes, Sergeant, I'll go check on the crew. I'll go take care of this bomb then. And I need to use the restroom. Somehow, each of the 3 found a reason to head off in different directions. Who do we follow? Oh, we'll just do a Gabe since she's the featured character. No, following her to the restroom would be inappropriate. I'll take a stroll around here and find her later. Alright, she said she went to the restroom. No, she'd like it if you'd follow her there, though. She'd like it if you followed her there. Probably. She'd probably like it, knowing her. I knew you'd be here. I pushed open the door to the lounge, allowing a stream of light from the corridor to spill inside. Gabe was perched on a stool, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the floor. Surprised by my entrance, she squinted up at me. So you like hanging out in dimly lit rooms, huh? I almost messed it all up again. I didn't even realize the bomb wasn't a prop, and I foolishly led you right to it. Why are you so frightened? Well, am I frightened? It was a bomb. Even for a manifestation in an exosuit, an explosion that close would have caused severe injuries or even... But it's just a movie, isn't it? But at that moment, the filming had already... She suddenly fell silent. Right, it's just a movie. She repeated those words under her breath a few more times, as if trying to convince herself. Moments later, she jumped off the stool and briskly approached me, her composure evidently restored. Adjutant, I figured out the perfect location for our next scene. Aren't we supposed to move to the next scene after that line? What are you thinking? Seriously? That's it for the bomb defusal? What about the escape and what happened to Felicity? You skipped all that. Well, the audience won't care about those unimportant details. A few clever cuts, a montage, and some subtitles will cover them. What really matters is our two stars' adventure and their emotional journey. So then what was the point of having that character in there if you're gonna just cut it out? Really bizarre. Right, it's like, what's the point if they're not gonna make use of it? There seemed to be, some truth in her, to her words. And just a heads up, Mr. Adjutant, the next scene is quite demanding acting-wise. Too bad I can't simulate, it with, high polymer thread for you, right now. This doesn't sound good? Don't worry, I'll do my best to keep, pace with you. And then she has this expression here. Surely we can figure out what she wants now. Before I knew it, she was throwing herself at me with a giggle again. Right, she has the look. Alright, where's the stage? Haste. Okay, we're almost halfway done. We're halfway done with the thing. We just put Etchel here. Yeah, we'll just use Cirrus. Okay.
支障はない。だが、触る場所が違う。怪我をしているのは左手だ。それよりも早くここを離れなければ。My turn?
Alright. Oh shit, I overshot the jump. It's cause like running in this game, man, is like weird. And then if you do like a running jump, sometimes you have too much momentum or none at all. God damn it. And then... Where are the reinforcements? Oh, god damn it. Where's the next one? Wait, some of these platforms are Pepego? Oh, come on! Oh shit. Oh wait, we can just skip it. They actually put a skip button on there. So you can just fail a couple times and skip it.
My turn?
Alright, enemy time.
Easy. You can do it.
Alright, time to do some sweeping.
I can do it. Phew, that was close. Objective complete. Got the recording.
Alright, cool.
この気持ち記録したよ。
Your channel's about smoking and being drunk all the time? What? Okay then. Why? Rain streamed from the somber sky. It's a crisp clash with puddles on the ground, casting a symphony of splatters. Alone, I sought refuge in a deserted alley from the bustling street just a few meters away from the incessant wail and sirens and shouts, almost drowning out the rainfall. I never liked rainy days. The relentless patter would scramble my focus and cloud my sense of the enemy's location and movements. Just like this moment, I lost my thoughts. Lost my thoughts when a sudden blaze of a flashlight exposed me. Stark against the shadows in the next heartbeat, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against my forehead. End of the line, criminal. Whoa. Startled awake, my body jerked upright and my head thudding against something. Disoriented for a moment, I then realized I was lying in a Gabe's lap. Are you okay, my knight? Did you have a nightmare? Attempting to reply, my voice rasped, my throat raw as if it was slashed by blades. Just lie back down. Don't push yourself. You're running a high fever. Flat on my back, with only a slice of the sky in view, I couldn't see her face, but the tone of her voice painted a clear picture of concern. Things had really taken a turn for the worse. Ever since the hostage incident, I made enemies with Jotunheim, the notorious crime syndicate. I get the feeling that I should just... There we go. Late at night, our secret base was attacked. We were caught completely off guard during the chaos. I took 2 bullets while covering Ignis's escape. Evading our relentless pursuers, Agave and I ducked into a shelter of this rainforest, finally shaking our enemy for a moment. Later, my wounds became infected, causing high fever that plunged me into a deep slumber. How long has it been? Let me check. About 11 hours since we holed up in this cave. 11 hours? I wonder how Ignis is doing. With no food or water, and these grievous wounds compounding by a high fever, can we really make it out alive? Seems like you hit a rough patch. Who's there? Agave and I turned towards the source of the voice, only to find a strangely dressed girl who seemed to have materialized in a nearby clearing. Show some respect, humans. Despite her sharp words, she didn't look angry. With a casual tap of her feet, she levitated off the ground. Consider yourselves lucky. I am the fairy of this forest. A fairy? Cut. Mr. Argent, you're not supposed to break the character like this. Can character explain why a fairy would pop up in a superhero movie, Miss Director? I slapped my face gently a few times to try to stifle my laughter. And why did you choose her for such an absurdly whimsical role? She can't even change the expression on her face. That is really rude, Mr. Adjutant. Professor Freesia here also thinks that it was uncalled for. Even I can't take your side on this one, Mr. Adjutant. But your writing and castings are what caused this. Act 3, Scene 1. Mr. Rain has made some harsh remarks about my older sister. You know what? I don't want to deal with this random thing here. Wait, why isn't the chat even working properly here? Okay, there we go. I am just at a loss of words for what I just saw in there. In the chat thing there, I am just at a loss. Oh, I got rid of the thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I was just surprised when I saw the thing there. Right? But yeah, it's fine. You gotta stay safe when you're driving, right? Always stay safe. But yeah. Things are crazy, man. Really crazy. Well, it is what it is. Wait, how the hell is the messages there getting through and it's not showing up there? Alright, weird people playing with the freaking chat feature there, I guess. Alright then. This doesn't seem like something the script supervisor should note it down. Wait, what did she just say? Kaide, did you just say Nozomi is your older sister? You don't know, Mr. Hodgson? Kaide and I, look so much alike. Nozomi's auxiliary projections, quickly fluttered to Kaide's side, stabilizing on her shoulder as if she projected Nozomi as anew. Okay. Alright, we'll stretch. The side-by-side resemblance was undeniable, though somehow Nozomi seemed like she was the younger one. Yeah, because the hair. That's why. It occurred to me then Nozomi wasn't born transcendent. She had certainly had an entire human family. Now that everything's clear, shall we continue shooting, Mr. Adjutant? You still haven't explained the fairy. Well... Alright. I gave, resignedly pulled me aside. The thing is, Nozomi is a popular idol. People would love it if she made a cameo. So you roped the singer into acting just for the box office draw? Well, if it adds a special touch without disrupting the main storyline, why not? Please, just play along, Adjutant. She then nudged me back toward the set. A fairy? That's right, I only appear to those pure of heart. You're quite fortunate. I shall bestow, my blessing upon you. With a graceful twirl, the fairy was enveloped by a shimmering halo of tiny lights that drifted down like fireflies onto our wounds. Holy fairy magic, super healing a light wave. As the luminescent particles absorbed into our injuries, they visibly began to heal. This is ridiculous. Yep. How is this even, huh? I looked upon in astonishment, only to find the fairy had vanished, leaving behind only whisper echoing through the cave. How do I get rid of this thing again? God damn it. I feel like manually remove it there and then... let me see what's going on here. Oh, I guess they really are just... They really are just making a bunch of ults. Brave warriors, carry on with your battle. With the fairy's aid in a cave and I was strong enough to leave our hiding spot and venture deep into the rainforest, the path we had taken here was undoubtedly now sealed off by an enemy, forcing us to traverse the dense jungle. It was the dead of night, and the sky continued to its soft drizzle, shrouding the path ahead in darkness. On the plus side, however, this provided the perfect cover for our escape. Well, it's been going, right? Did you hear, though? Blue Protocol is EOSing in Japan, and Global is cancelled now. Global Blue Protocol is cancelled. It's EOSing in Japan next year, early in January. Which is just absolutely crazy. With her health restored, Agave's voice regained its usual liveliness. No way, you've been living in the city for years. Have you ever heard of a large wild animal roaming around? What a pity, I'm actually a certified beast tamer. Whoa, my knight! Look, what's that bright thing up ahead? No, it wasn't. Like, it was kind of surprising that it just, like, the news of that just doing that. Right? Because, like, yeah, it wasn't doing so great in Japan, but, like, you know, we didn't really expect it to EOS this quickly, but, yeah. Yes, please do so, Mimikumi. Please do so. All I can tell, though, is that guy is probably, very young from his choice of words earlier. That's all I can, say. I don't know why he was talking about those, substances, but, one of his accounts said some very specific words. And the way he, like, is just there, it's like... Okay. That probably gives an age range for them. They're most likely definitely under 18. I can guess that's for sure. Right? They're probably like, yeah, like if you saw some of the messages that were removed, that are removed before you or anything. You know, I think I can kind of figure out their age range, maybe, based on one of those messages. I didn't tell anyone anything. It's just on, like, my channel description that, yes, I'm in Canada, that's it. I thought everyone knew that, right? I didn't say where, I just, like, they know my time zone and that I'm in Canada, and that's it. I didn't say where. Right. But, like, I did not give the city or whatever I'm in. So, that's not hit for him for now. But, like, I am just surprised with the other choice of words from them. Like, actually. Oh, it's not like he guessed it anyways. He didn't even guess it, so that's fine. But, like, this freaking choice of words. Right, like, the freaking choice of words is just really surprising. So it's like, it kind of, like, tells you their age range. Because of the choice of words of one of the messages I removed. It just tells you their age range, probably. Because it's just really surprising to see, like, just see that those choices of words. That's the song? Have you been cooped up in the cave so long that you lost your senses? But you're right. If we can see the sunrise, it means the nighttime is almost over. In that case, we better hurry. Once again, she seized my hand and charged forward without a second thought. Mr. Argentine, I think we might have run too far. I mean, the one that I screenshotted you, that one doesn't need to be censored, but like, the freaking choice of words he used here, it's just kind of funny to see it. Right? Like, especially the last three words in there. Like, not only does it just make no sense, it makes absolutely no sense, but like, those choice of words being used that way, it definitely gives them an age. Right? It definitely, like, lets you know their age, man. Coming to my senses, I realized the crew was nowhere to be seen behind us. Honestly, was it really necessary to shoot this running scene? Absolutely. She suddenly stopped and turned to me. Her gaze is intense as she casually wiped away the jewel from her mouth. Because out here, no one can see what happens to you, Mr. Adjutant. I walked right into that. Still caught up in my role as the Midnight Knight. I was completely caught off guard when a Gave suddenly threw herself at me. You smell nice, Mr. Adjutant. I never truly savored your scent before. It's quite addictive. Her hands wandered restlessly, tracing from my neck, into my cheeks, and then through my hair. Finally, she gently removed the sunglasses, leaning close enough to for me to see my own reflection in her eyes. Yeah, the skippity generation. Right, because it's like like that specific choice of words being used that way, man. Especially like with how it's done, it's like, you know, at least prior generations would at least try to make a cohesive sentence and have it make sense. Meanwhile, you see that it's like none of it actually makes any sense at all. It just seems like they tried to say one thing and then mixed a bunch of random words together at the end. And like those words don't even fit. Right? It's like when I see freaking the word Sigma, the only things that come to mind is like the Greek letter being used in some sort of like formula for something or some sort of calculation, or like the main villain slash antagonist from the Mega Man X series. Those are like the only two things I think of. Meanwhile, you got like the freaking skippity generation or whatever. They're just like randomly tossing out the word Sigma. Like what? What does the freaking main villain from the Mega Man X series have to do with it, or the Greek letter? Right, like that's all. That's like what? Right, hi there, Darkside. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, it is just crazy, man. Suddenly, she shifted her head beside my left ear with an inhabited demeanor. Starkly different from her usual self, she whispered softly, her warm breath enveloping my earlobe. Why so tense? Does this mean, instead of Mr. Adjutant, you'd actually prefer I call you my knight? If your position as the Adjutant requires maintaining a professional distance, then when, you're a Gabe's one and only knight, I can do whatever I want with you, right? You're unbelievable. And to be honest, I wasn't into role-playing, or at least I shouldn't have been, but if playing along could boost her morale, then perhaps some sacrifices, would be worth it. But yeah. I closed my eyes, allowing her weight to press increasingly against me, her subtle, botanical scent eagerly invading my senses. Wait, what's that smell? Now, what I'm gonna be surprised at, and I hope he doesn't do, is I hope he doesn't mix the two substances I said that you can get at your local grocery store as a joke. Right? I hope he doesn't mix the two cleaning products together, though. Like, as Pepega as he is, hopefully he doesn't actually take that joke I said seriously. And mix those two cleaning products together. But that's its own thing. Smell? It's probably my surging pheromones for you. No, something's off. A sudden panic gripped, and my body reacted instinctively, grabbing her shoulder with one hand and her smooth neck with the other. I abruptly pulled her close and sniffed her. Mr. Adjutant, this, you like it this way? It tickles. As she started to squirm under my grasp, I stopped. Who did your makeup today? Huh? I did, Miss Sergeant. I always do my own makeup. It was impressive that she could snap out of that state so quickly. What about the makeup products? The makeup products are prepared by the crew. I released her. I knew it. It had to be someone from the crew. Miss Sergeant, you're scaring me. What's going on? Someone sabotaged your makeup. I explained succinctly that, then gently cradled her face and shook my head. Don't panic now. Listen, take deep breaths and try to stay calm. She frowned deeply and followed my instructions, taking several deep breaths. Only when the flush on her face began to fade did I start to relax slightly. Your makeup shouldn't smell like this. It's the paint, it's the scent of a plant found in Kuro called Oka. If I remember correctly, it's known for its potent sedative effects. Interestingly enough, there had been an exhibit featuring this plant and its properties at the museum when we first shot this, where we shot the first scene of the movie. A sedative? Someone mixed this, natural sedative into your makeup, knowing that it would, volatilize your sweat, as you sweat. Whoever did this must be familiar with your makeup routine, and, knew you'd be running in this scene. It's definitely someone from the crew. That can't be true unless someone already knew about it. It's a possibility, but I suspect it's the same mastermind behind the previous bombing incident, trying to halt the movie's production. Or, if you hadn't noticed, she clenched her fist in frustrations. Regret etched across her face. I shook my head and covered her fists in my hands. There's no point in dwelling on what might have happened. Unlike last time, we really need to stop the filming of the scene. Hop on. Hop on what? I feel like we've had this conversation before. I mean, you still need to stay still as much as you can to avoid sweating. We have a long way back. Hop on, I'll carry you. Oh. Blushing, she gently hopped on my back. Though we simulated rain with water guns for the shoot, the biodome of the new Hentaro would never in fact experience actual rain. Carrying a gave, I moved at a pace, at a measured pace. The moonlight revealed our path ahead as an occasional chirps from the grass and treetops filled the silence. With the aura of romance, we resembled any typical couple in New Hentaro. Suddenly, I felt her face rub against my back, finally settling into a comfortable position. Her voice caused a slight vibration, resonating clearly through my spine. What's up? I was just thinking, your back seems broader than last time. Last time? I had no memory of ever carrying her on my back. That's what I thought. It was during the Valkyrie games that year. You were the one who rescued me. Unlike those two big stars, I was just an ordinary person in a disaster. I was all bloody and barely coherent. I even got some blood on your clothes. While you carried me on your back after you put me down at the makeshift medical station, some of your subordinates even teased you about it. She recounted the details vividly, yet I had no memory of it. In the days following the descent, I was nearly sleepless, mechanically running around the venue to rescue civilians, while also coordinating the evacuation and dispatching supplies. I had no time to even remember who I had saved. Back then, I wanted to thank you, but I was a mess. My clothes were torn, my face was all bloodied. I couldn't muster the courage to stop you and talk to you, so I ended up silently watching you walk away. So in the original script of the scene, the Midnight Knight was supposed to save a gave at a critical moment. It would have given me a chance to thank you properly. Too bad it has all gone away. Ari. She yawned widenly, and then quickly strapped her own cheeks. I slapped her own cheeks, trying to stay awake. You can do it now if you want. I mean, you can thank me now if you want. Whatever feels right to you, I'm all ears, no need for formalities. She enveloped us once more. Just when I began to worry if she had fallen asleep, a faint whisper came from behind me. Mr. Argent, I really like you. That's not really quite a thank you. That's my way of thanking you. It took another half hour to make our way back to the production's base camp. I was not sure how to feel about this. It seemed the crew had assumed that a gave had taken the opportunity to whisk me. Apart from the Chinching's increasingly resentful stares, there's no noticeable reaction from the crew. I immediately helped the Gave remove her makeup, meticulously cleaning her face and neck. She then announced that the crew would be skipping ahead in the script. For various reasons, we're moving straight into the final scene, Act 3, where a Gave and the Midnight Knight finally make contact with Ignis, and there they leave the rainforest, and they discover the enemy's stronghold, and decide to infiltrate it. As expected, no one objected. Even Chinching had grown used to a Gave's spontaneous style, and began coordinating the crew for the upcoming scene. I hope all this will be worth it. Mr. Architect, let's get ready. Time is now against us. Alright, Vitality, and then there's 2 more stages. Okay, we're almost done with this. Alright, this stage. And then... Are we getting, gotta get up there. Right, now we gotta fight the elevator boss. The hardest boss in the game. The elevator boss. Alright, that's the hardest boss. Alright, time to shoot everyone. Alright, on to the next area.
I'll try not to let you down.
Oh, they want us to jump down.
Easy. You can do it. I can do it.
Alright, we got a strong enemy coming. I'll be the judge of that. Yeah, they're dead. Easy. Alright, more story now. With enough determination, people have potential to display unimaginable strength. Thanks to the supplies airdropped by Ignis and Felicity, Gabe and I pushed forward relentlessly. We cleared every fortified point and gun turret in our path, with an unexpected clearing opening up before us. The structure up ahead must be their camp, 8 patrollers, 3 in the watchtower, and 6 more behind the gate. There seems to be fewer guards on the flank. Let's use the grappling hook to go around. Hold on, my knight. There it was again, her typical grin. Since Ignis went through the trouble to repair this baby, we'd be fools not to use it. She unpacked one of the airdrop supply packs, pulling it out a fully loaded bazooka. Set up, aim, and fire. Boom. After the smoke cleared, the only building remained standing in the way was in what was once a garden encampment. You have 1 minute to explain everything. As soon as we entered the room, the man before us crumbled to his knees and started trembling, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. To save us both the time, I had no choice but to draw my gun and press it against his forehead. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Who are you? I'm one of the 4 giants of the Jotunheim. They call me Infernal Sentry. Get to what we really want to know. Where's Better? I nudged the gun barrel against his forehead. Who's Better? Don't play dumb. Better's your boss, isn't he? Oh, that's a huge misunderstanding. You see, there's no one named Better in our syndicate. The bombs, the setup, everything, it was all part of Lord Phantom's plan. You really, expect us to fall for that? You clearly just made that name up. I'm telling the truth, I swear. The Phantom. My left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Gabe didn't know what that name meant to me. 3 years ago, I was just a beat cop who wanted to keep the city safe. Back then, the city was plagued by an arch villain named Nightborn Phantom, and they were and their heinous followers who looted at will. Understaffed and under-equipped, the police were powerless against them. During the incident, one Nightborn Phantom orchestrated a bombing of the city stadium that resulted in hundreds of deaths. After that, I lost faith in the system, and with Ignis' support, I became the rogue vigilante known as the Midnight Knight. Over the past 3 years, I used whatever means necessary to bring down those who scoffed at the law, until nearly every name was crossed off my list, except for one, the Nightborn Phantom, had vanished as if into thin air, leaving no trace behind. I had thought they might have been killed by someone else, but no, they had simply been operating under a different identity. Tell me, where is the Phantom now? Well, he shrank back, his voice faltering as his sense shifted in my tone. If I tell you, will you spare me? 3, 2. Alright, I'll talk. Finally, he broke down, and with a trembling voice, he gave up an address. It was the last place I ever expected. Cut! Great job, everyone. That's a wrap for Act 3. Go ahead and take a break. The crew dispersed in small groups. Gabe flipped through the script, humming contentedly. I know that in movies, the mastermind is often someone unexpected, but have you decided who will play the Phantom? Well, if you, it would be hard for a human actor to portray, with, the spectre-like nature of the Phantom, so I borrowed this from Nozomi. Upon I gave signal, 2 crew members rolled in a cart bearing a massive object draped in red cloth, standing nearly 2 meters tall. I noticed a strange arm dangling from beneath the cloth. Its exterior appeared to be crafted from a new type of ceramic, while the joints and limbs were manipulated by fine. Mr. Argent, can you guess who's in, what's inside? Are you going to use portray the Phantom? Then I think it's, thanks for the follow as well, Video Soulbook, and welcome. I mean, it's a puppet, right? That's right. We really are in the same wavelength, Mr. Adjutant. With some wire, we can make it seem like the Phantom is floating in the air. Pretty cool, huh? Well, it's a bit early to say. By the way, Gabe, you haven't told us what we're going to do with, where we're going to film Act 4. I thought long and hard about this. The layer of the crime syndicate should be mysterious, dangerous, and expansive, yet inconspicuous. Is there really such a place in New Hentero? Yes, there is. I mean, there was. Everyone seemed confused. Katie, you're familiar with the observation hall, aren't you? Katie subconsciously nodded, and then quickly shook her head as if realizing something. You're not talking about one of the one on Outer Island 6, are you? That's the one? But all the Outer Islands, yeah. But all of Outer Island 6 has been destroyed. God damn it, why was I butchering that? I suddenly realized that Kaede was referring to the uninhabited island that fell from the sky during our battle with Nascent Wooden. Many structures on the island were made out of glass, notably the observation hall on the island's edge. It offers spacious interiors and panoramic views, an ideal filming location. And here's a cherry on top. The remains of Outer Island 6 now lie just below New Hentero, partly submerged and partly above the sea surface. We probably won't need to buy tickets to get in now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Over the next dozen or so hours, we'll be leaving New Hentero and deep diving into the ocean to film Act 4. Come on, Flying Knight and Era gave. Suddenly, a powerful blast, just a few dozen meters ahead of us, with a deafening roar, two floodlights pierced the night sky, bathing the area in light as bright as day. As everyone gazed in astonishment, two manned helicopters steadied themselves and landed neatly on the open ground before us. These are, just as the name suggests, they are the symbols of our boundless love. Oh, ow. I gently tugged on one of her ponytails to stop her from making any more misleading comments. Miss Rector, aren't these helicopters from the outside Outer Isle Hotel? I figured they'd come in handy, so I rented them along with the venue. That explains the unusual item in our expenses. A little extra spending is nothing for the company. Amanda gave Shear's entrenching soft sighs. We boarded the helicopter bound for Outer Island 6. Alright, then we got the next stage. God, this chapter still feels like forever to go through. And then like, what? Alright, there's our all trial. Can I switch them out? Oh, I can. So I can put Etchel back in here. Right, it looks like I can switch them out and put whatever for some slots. And just not a gave. Alright, Nightbot Phantom's over here. Alright, up we go.
次は本気です。次は攻撃
Alright, next one.
ゆえに雄英と呼ばれていたのですね。なら雄英と野猿の力比べとでも行こうじゃないの。今までに騎士殿
Alright, let's
私
ult.
たちが援護する。どうかこの全てに終止符を。これでよしと素早く片付けま
Alright,
す。
now we ride the elevator. And that stage is cleared. Okay, cool.
やっと私たちの時間ですね。
Alright, we just need to do one more reading one and then we're done. Kinda. Right, no, we get like the gameplay section. As the elevator slowly closed through the narrowing gap, I caught a glimpse of a Gabe looking back and giving me a smile. The moment the door sealed, all sounds from the outside, gunshots, explosions, and the shouts of a Gabe, Felicity, and Ignis were muffled. The elevator began its rapid descent to the building's deepest level. During the prolonged descent, the flickering elevator lights and the creaking of the cables seemed to whisper secrets of the long-abandoned depths below. Finally, it came to a steady halt, revealing a narrow corridor ahead. This was the sole entrance to the hall. The Phantom, my nemesis, and the elusive mastermind behind everything, now had nowhere left to run. Clutching my gun, I ventured deep into the corridor. Finally, I reached the center of the hall, only to find it eerily empty. What's going on? Why is there no one here? About that, we haven't actually found anyone to play Phantom yet. Excuse me? Wasn't the puppet supposed to be the Phantom? It seemed pretty convincing in the fight scene earlier. That was the Phantom's battle form. We can't use it for the dialogue scenes with the Midnight Knight. It was the first, it first expresses its ideology in human form and then transforms into a monster for the battle. That's the proper flow of the narrative. Act 4, Scene 3. The directors forgot to cast an actor. Needs post-production effects. You can leave out the first part. Am I supposed to play along with this bad joke? It's no big deal. I'm going to use special effects for the transformation anyway. Just pretend your nemesis is there, and act toward thin air for now. That's a bit too challenging for me. Okay, I also have a backup plan. Yeah, just get the jelly one on a banana. Perfect. Right? Right, just get the jelly one on the banana. What is it, Miss Director? The pink-haired girl quickly shut her notebook, looked confusedly at Gabe. You're going to play the Phantom. Me? Yes, I've considered it carefully. You're the perfect fit. It seems rather arbitrary. Look, you even scared Kairi speechless. I'd be honored. Sorry, I was overwhelmed. It's a tremendous privilege to play the opposite of the big hero, Mr. Rain. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at me. I should have seen this coming, Kairi. After all, we worked closely with a Gabe, and it was inevitable for a Gabe's passion to rub off on her. Well then, I'll go over the lines with Kairi to familiarize her with the acting style, while the crew sets up for the shoot. We'll start in half an hour. Okay. Exiting the elevator, I tightened my grip on my gun and walked down the corridor into its depths. After a few dozen steps, I reached the corridor's end, where I saw a solitary figure standing alone in the center of the hall. In the dim light, the details of the person's age, gender, or even or attire were indiscernible. All I could see was their figure standing defensively, with their back to the hall entrance. The task was simple: raise the pistol. My allies were out there buying me time, so I wouldn't give this person a chance to react. I pulled the trigger and the gunshot echoed loudly, and the bullet whizzed from the muzzle straight toward the target head, only to pass right through. What the hell? I couldn't help but curse. Could Phantom truly be impervious to attacks? No, that can't be right. Calming down, they must have taken damage from the environment here to dodge the bullet from an imperceptible speed. That wasn't very gentlemanly. You? Hearing the Phantom's voice, I froze in shock. Be patient, Mr. Hero. At least allow me to turn on the stage lights first. Two spotlights suddenly casting their beams on us, allowing me to finally see the person's appearance clearly. Naturally, I was nothing like I had expected, but that didn't mean anything. You've got nowhere to run. Huh? Run? Please enlighten me. What crimes have I committed and why I should run? It's not my duty to sentence you. The Midnight Knight is simply here to exterminate the wicked. The Midnight Knight, huh? Hiding your face behind that facade. Do you really believe your hands were less stained with blood than mine? Isn't the hero in the shadows just part of the same darkness? Am I right? Heimdall Adjutant. Commander Rosen sends her regards. Amid the deafening gunshot, I saw a bullet whirl from Kairai's gun. Before I fully grasped what was happening, my chest was pierced, blossoming into a spray of blood. That definitely isn't a prop gun. As this meaningless thought crossed my mind, my vision blurred, and then I collapsed heavily onto the ground. I always wanted to say that line. Oh, that's because we're getting it soon. There's gonna be maintenance tomorrow. I am. I believe I am labeled there. Let me double check. I have access to a special Discord channel, but I am labeled. I believe I am labeled. Let me just double check something. No, I am labeled. Well, if you want to play ToF on a gaming handheld, then sure. Right, if you're gonna buy an ROG Ally, get the Ally X. It's slightly faster than the regular ROG Ally, and they fixed some of the defects that the original one had. Right? If you are going to buy one, then yeah, get the LIX. But that's only if you really want a pop-up ping, and nah. Do people even put that stuff in there? I never really posted in there. I guess I really should, but then, eh. There's no point in doing it now, because like we're gonna end up ending soon anyways. Right, we're almost done with the story. It's like kinda late to do that now. Yeah, maybe next time. Yeah, like, how'd that go for you? Alright, like, the thing with the Switch OLED is like, You only really buy a Nintendo thing to play Nintendo-only games. But anyway, for the Switch, it depends on what you're trying to play. If his goal is to play Tower of Fantasy on it, the Switch won't be able to do it. Will you actually get attached to it, though? Right? Because here's the thing, right? I guess you don't have one, so you don't know. If you have, like, most of your games in one spot, and they'll run better there, and also you have more access to them if you get them on that specific thing over the Switch, and you have to choose between the two, more often than not, you're not going to bring your Switch with you. But, like, that's what happens when you're in a situation where you have these other handheld stuff. Like, I stopped, like, using my Switch regularly ever since I got my Steam Deck. 2 years ago. Yeah, it was, like, a little over 2 years ago. Right. Because I would much rather play stuff on there, because it would just work better. But also, it was a bit more convenient. Like a movie paused at its climax, the observation hall fell into an eerie silence. Eventually, Kaede dropped the gun, her particular smile, settling everyone present. Everyone seems to believe that perhaps what just transpired was yet another of a game's last-minute script changes. It was only when the sound of the gun hitting the floor echoed like a death knell that reality set in. Gabe suddenly felt her waistband loosen, and before she could react, her pistol had already been snatched by Chenxing. Yeah, that's fair. Right? For some of the games that I guess you play, you wouldn't be able to play them on Linux anyways. You would have to get a Windows handled for that. In a flash, Chenxing rushed up to Kaede and delivered the merciless kick that brought her to her knees, then placed the muzzle of the pistol directly on her forehead. Yeah, it is the best option at the moment if you wanted a Windows handheld. There's another free drop? What do you mean? There was a free drop in ToF again after the 8 days of drops? Since when? Since when was there another free drop? Oh, you mean that one? Yeah, I already claimed that. We already claimed that earlier. No, I have no plans on it. I already have a Steam Deck. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll buy like when there's an actual like big enough improvement, I'll consider getting a new thing. But like my Steam Deck does pretty much what I need it to do anyways, so I'm good with it as is. Right? Because like the LAX, while it is faster, it's not, you know, drastic enough to warrant me buying another machine. Yes, there is a maintenance for when that comes. If they improve the battery, I mean, the battery in the Switch isn't exactly anything special either. Like, the thing is, with the PC handhelds, the battery life depends. Right? Like, depending on the game, on some of those handheld stuff. Sometimes your battery will drain in 2 hours. Sometimes the battery will drain in 8. It really depends on what you're doing. I mean, I play a couple games on it here and there. So the thing with OLED, right? OLED has better, it's not overhyped. It's a different technology and how they get used. The problem is OLED or LCD overhyped. Because the thing is, OLED does consume less power than LCDs typically. And OLEDs do produce blacks a bit more effectively. What do you mean it's not good for home console? So the thing is, with an OLED display, they do have faster response times. So technically speaking, compared to LCDs, OLEDs are a bit more responsive, at least in theory. It depends on the display vendor, right? That said, if you compared it to an old CRT, the CRT will blow it away for being, you know, responsive there. But like, yeah, an OLED screen is nicer if you're gonna be using it for the screen, right? And then the Switch is its own piece of crap there. But like, yeah, it depends in the end what you're using it for, right? Generally speaking, though, like, you know, despite the lower battery life on these PC handhelds, it's not as if you can just turn down game settings and use a more efficient power setting in like power profile and just get more battery out of them, because you definitely can, right? Because what they basically are is just a laptop chip, just on a handheld instead. Right, LCD and then 7-inch screen. So the thing is as well with OLEDs that you have to be careful of is OLED burn-in. You can look up what that's all about, but like that's the one trade-off there. OLEDs do consume less power when they're active, as you can completely turn off a pixel. You can't do that with an LCD because of how LCDs work. Wait. Just as Chenching was about to pull the trigger, a peculiar purple glint flashed in Kaide's eyes. Moments later, her body slumped to the ground like a lifeless puppet. The very next instant, a watchful eyes of everyone present, a demiurge handmaiden materialized in the center of the hall. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure you can. You can do that on a Steam Deck. The OLED model Steam Deck as well, not the regular one, but the OLED model. You could do that too. But like, yeah, you'd have to like tone down a bunch of settings, right? But it's not impossible. Right? Like, the thing is, like, the PC handheld will let you draw all its power immediately if you wanted to. Or you could tone it down. A variable refresh rate? Yeah, so what happens is, it helps reduce screen tearing. Right? It's better than using VSync to remove, reduce screen tearing, because what it will do instead is it will actually just automatically adjust the, refresh rate of the display with the actual video output signal. That way, like, if your frame rate is at, like, 90, you'll see it at 90. But if it dips to, like, let's say 50 FPS, so you don't get tearing, screen tearing, or have VSync lower it to 30 FPS, you get to keep it at 50 when it drops there, and the actual, the refresh rate will alter itself dynamically to match that. That's basically what variable refresh rate does. Because, like, the problem with VSync is it's like, if it does, like, if the thing will detect that it's not able to maintain a stable frame rate, it will find whatever it can keep stable and lock it there. So you don't get screen tearing. Which, lower frame rate as well makes it less responsive, right? It takes, like, the time it takes for, one frame to get rendered at 30 FPS, you already have 2 frames rendered at 60. Or in the case of 90 FPS, 3 frames would be rendered in between, right? Meaning, like, each of those frames are when you can send more inputs to it for the game to update. So, like, that's the benefit there. Right? Like, higher refresh rate, generally better if you wanted maximum responsiveness. But obviously, it's not always the most practical. And also, like, if you can't run it constantly and stable at that refresh rate. That's the benefit of variable refresh rate displays. So you don't have to deal with VSync, and VSync won't screw you over. Oh, that's something. The Demiurge handmaiden erupted into a maniac laughter, a sound that seemed to have been suppressed for far too long. I never expected such a bonus for hiding for so long. You manipulated Kaide? Manipulated her? Don't insult me. While controlling a manifestation is challenging, the bodies of ordinary people are mere shells, easily overtaken. You killed her? For some reason it was only the hint of that hint of anger tinged Gabe's voice. A pawn that has served its purpose is sure to be disposed of. So the swap bomb and the sedative in my makeup were also your doing. You controlled Kaide to do all those things? Are you serious? You're focused on those details right now? Just the Demiurge handmaiden was about to respond, Chenching abruptly interrupted. Ignoring her hoarse cry, Agave pressed down on Chenching's gun and calmly continued her. You said killing the adjutant was an unexpected bonus. What were you originally after? You think I'd tell you? Foolish mortal. Yeah, they said VRR makes games more smoother than it is. A 30 FPS could be running so if the game is at 30 FPS, it's at 30 FPS VRR or not. The VRR will just mean so that like if you can meet the power and thermal targets, if the frame rate is higher than 30, you will run it at that frame rate, right? Basically, it will let you run things at a higher frame rate. That's all. That's only if you're capable of it, right? VRR just removes some of the issues that would have if you were to turn off VSync and have things go all over the place. That said, capping a frame rate is a great way to save power on these handhelds as well, right? Huh? Why is it suddenly? I volunteered to stay with the Commander Rosen, retreated, aiming to retrieve, that worthless secretary's corpse, which we referred to as, Wooden's remains. Even the Commander herself has no plans to recover them. If I succeed, then I'll prove I'm even stronger than any of the so-called demiurges. A corpse? You can't see it, of course. Without proper method of detection and recovery, mortals can't sense the presence of the remains. If it weren't for your ridiculous movie shooting around the remains, I would have reclaimed them all by now. So you knew all about so you knew where these wooden remains are? Isn't that obvious? Then please share the information with us. Even Chenching, who had been nearly blinded by rage, began to regain her senses upon witnessing such a bizarre scenario. The Demiurge handmaiden tilted its head in confusion, puzzled by why it had unreservedly confessed so much, and why it still had an uncontrollable urge to share even more secrets. Well, yeah, non-voiced. It's never going to get voiced because of issues they had. I'll tell you. The remains are the words have barely left its mouth when it suddenly leaped up as if electrocuted, dashing toward the hall's exit. After just a few strides, it tripped as if it snagged by an unforeseen force, crashing to the ground, pale purple threads encasing its body, then appeared stretching all the way to Agave's hands naturally. Must we really resort to violence? That's your line from the first act, isn't it, Mr. Rector? Yeah, the open world have more voice. They also have a way higher budget, man. This game had like no budget, man. As everyone stared in shock, I wiped off the fake blood from my chest and stood up. Adjutant? For the second time today, a pistol clattered on the floor. This time it was Chenching's. She and Freisha rushed over, frantically feeling my chest to check for bullet holes, as they were never there. Only after confirming I was unharmed did they stop their frenzied search, searching dumbfounded. Alright, that's enough, girls. This isn't the time to cop a feel. Agave came over with a playful grin, picked up her pistol, dusted it off with a theatrical flourish, and quickly went to Kaide to help her to her feet. With Agave's support, Kaide slowly opened her eyes and yawned as waking from a deep slumber. What in the world? Witnessing such a surreal resurrection, Chenjing and Frisha managed to voice their confusion, while the rest of the crew were utterly speechless. Some so overwhelmed they had collapsed. Quick question: what have we been doing all this time? Filming a movie? Bingo! And now that the filming has ended, the fallen knight naturally comes back to life. Is this some kind of sick joke? Allow me to explain. I steadied Chenjing, who was so furious that she stumbled and fell, and directed her gaze to the thin thread in Agave's hand. Basically, before the filming started, let's make a movie, but that day, after proposing her idea excitedly, Agave's face suddenly fell into a worried frown. What's the matter? Mr. Archer, I'm sure you're worried that some of Rosen's lackeys are lingering in the city, will potentially sabotage the shoot, aren't you? She was right, the frequent public security incidents in New Hentro weren't just the work of citizens under the influence of malicious data. Rosen's soldiers who had been left behind also contributed. If there had been other options, I prefer to use a more discreet plan to avoid complications. Since you brought it up, you must have a plan, I presume? Adjutan's chief secretary handling problems is my forte. Smiling, she spread her arms, stretched the faint purple thread between her fingers as she stepped closer, prompting me to subconsciously step back. Come on, I won't do anything weird to you, Mr. Adjutant. Just trust me, okay? Without any more explanation, she continued to approach. The thread in her hands seemed to have sprung to life, swiftly encircling us from behind and binding us together. Ooh, the pressure against my chest was uncomfortable, and Agave perhaps inadvertently made odd noises. But soon the pressure eased and the thread vanished mysteriously, though everyone else around us remained unchanged. Just as I was about to say something, Agave gave me a quick wink, and then swiftly pulled her gun from her waist, and fired 2 shots at a nearby chest. 2 bullet holes punctured the backrest. Done. Now Adjutant watched closely. The thread reappeared, tightened around us, and then relaxed again, this time without her cue. I subconsciously glanced at the bench, where there were no bullet holes. Do you see what my ability is now? What I can do is... She looked at me expectantly. It dawned on me. It wasn't precognition or emotional manipulation. She was simply delusional. But with her ability to control Taijin, the high polymer thread in her hands, she could project her own delusions onto others' minds. Staying immersed in a fabricated world for too long would indeed warp one's emotions and reasoning. To convince the Demiurge handmaiden it accomplished its mission so that it would divulge its secrets, we played along. But none of us had seen Agave's thread before just now, had we? Good point. So, where has this thread been all this time? Could it be... did you... Ow! Vrisha jumped up and caught her up in her excitement. She bit her tongue, yelping in pain. I got it! I got it! You must have yashed that thread through the encircled that entire new henshiro. Her words, though slurred in discomfort, were clear to everyone present. While you and Chensheng were en route to New Hentro, Agave and I were making preparations. We constructed a massive projection frame using the incredibly stretchy thread. Unknown to the city inhabitants, all of New Hentro was encompassed within this frame. From that very moment, this movie had already begun. Of course, Agave's work was far from done. Over the next 48 hours, she scurried across every nook and cranny of the city, memorizing the coordinates of the streets and buildings to keep her delusions consistent with reality and prevent any discrepancies. Adding to the challenge, she hadn't slept a wink since then. If she were to doze off, the world she had constructed would crumble. As I spoke, images of Agave seemed seemingly sitting idly by in a chair over the past few days flashed through my mind. Only I knew she wasn't spacing out, but rather using those moments to briefly rest her brain. I did my best to keep her awake by chatting, cheering her up, and using any means necessary. This monumental secret was nearly exposed when we were in the rainforest. This was a long night that could only make it through, but in the end, she did it. This miraculous dramatic twist, orchestrated by the Ajna and myself, is the grand finale of Operation Midnight. After concluding her speech, I gave raised her hands, anticipating applause. However, met with the room's astonished silence, she sheepishly lowered them. How dare you make a fool of me? The only protest came from the figure still sprawled on the floor. Our unexpected bonus from the plan. I thought we could coax some intel out of it, but I didn't expect it to be such a tough nut to crack. Let's give it another thrashing. It sounds like a plan. Shensheng Frisha, could you please take the crew outside for a moment? Soon the hall was left with me in a cave, and the Demiurge handmaiden. With a subtle gesture, a Gave released the thread binding the Demiurge handmaiden, who instantly surged up and darted to a spot far from us. Now the game is on. Finally, a chance for Mr. Argent to deliver the closing lines. I've written for him. Alright. And that's the last stage here. Right, observation hole. Alright. It's tied up. Yeah, it has its wackiness from time to time. Alright, we got the Nightborn Phantom. Oh, I forgot to switch out the trial units. Hopefully we'll be fine.
Bound. やはり別の市場の乙女とは違うようです。でしたら、この大舞台は全くの損ではないですね。次は本気です。You are bound. 次は。
Alright, his edge. Easy. God damn it, I'm really tired. Or at least that was easy. That was also just expected. What? All those are cleared. Alright, we'll leave it like that. Is there anything else I need to get done? I don't think so. Because I have time to do giggling anyways. We did the story. Alright, that's the important part. So let me go see what we get here. God damn it. I can't use regular S energy bonus. Oh, that's unfortunate. I can grab those at least. That said though, since we'd finished at least the chapter story stuff, there isn't really anything else we need to get done here. We already finished our ToF stuff and everything earlier as well, which didn't take too long. Oh, how tired I am. I think though this is just where we'll end the stream for the night. Right? We managed to make a bunch of progress at least. And then we saw the other news as well. Blue Protocol is going EOS, unfortunately. Rip Blue Protocol going EOS in Japan, and it's never gonna get its English release. But hey, we got an official announcement for Trails in the Sky remake. So there's that at least. Right? This is a thing. Right. Trails in the Sky remake, and it's like, it looks quite a lot more modern for a remake. Right? Huge upgrade from the original game 20 years ago. Like, it's not the most graphically intensive or the craziest thing, but, you know, it is definitely a big step up. Alright, definitely a big step up. And we get to see Estelle again. Alright. Alright, we're just looking at it one more time. I mean, yes, whereabouts of light. And the models look really nice though. Well, not the most impressive visually. Yeah, 2025 confirmed as well. Wish they showed off more characters than just Estelle and Joshua. And like a short glimpse of Sherazard. I was hoping they would show more. But hey, that's nice. Oh, either way. But yeah, like, people are definitely happy. And then, like, yeah, people here, you want them to make a Sky the Third remake, of course. They're hoping they can select the BGM there. They wanted to explore Liberal in 3D. Yeah, the origin was the pinnacle of the trajectory of this, the trajectory seeds. Oh yeah, they're just talking in the beginning there. They played a lot of games, but they liked, Trails in the Sky, Trails in the Sky the best. In particular, you still can't forget the excitement of the second chapter. Ah yes, the cliffhanger there. The ending of freaking Trails in the Sky first chapter is like an announcement for second chapter, and then like the craziest freaking cliffhanger, man. But that's its own thing there. But yeah, that said though, well, this is shorter than my usual streams. I am quite tired. We at least did finish the Snowbreak story. So this is just where I'm gonna end the stream for the night. I'm still not sure what we'll do tomorrow. Right? Oh yeah, isn't there? I'll have to figure that out. It's time for Liberal to get some love. Yeah. Replay the Liberal arc again. Right, I'm just curious though what they'll do for Sky the Third if when they inevitably get to remaking Sky the Third. Right, Star Door 15 is gonna be quite something to see how they have that handled. Right, because I am really curious, especially because of how sensitive and difficult the topic, the contents of that is. Right, for a place called Paradise, definitely wasn't paradise, to say the least. Right, but I am really curious how they would remake it. Especially because I imagine it could get quite graphic. Like that, just one star door. Like, actually a lot worse than just being quite graphic, but it featured all sorts of things, right? From drug abuse to child abuse to kidnapping children to freaking prostitution and all sorts of other things, like just in that one freaking star door. That was like crazy. I mean, you can look it up on your own time if you're curious to what's the contents of that, but yeah. Yeah, the Gothic Ren era. Ah, yes, when Ren had that type of attire instead. One of these days, though, we need to find time for me to continue Trails Through Daybreak, though. That said, though, this is where I'll end the stream for now. I'm gonna go get some sleep. We at least finished the Snowbreak story. But yeah. Right, thank you guys, though, for all for stopping by. Right, hopefully I can see you guys again next time. I'll figure out what I'll do, but yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.